JMU Athletics and the JMU Alumni Association are teaming up to bring you this free Matazone HD Sportsnet feature presentation from Harrisonburg, Virginia and Veterans Memorial Park on the campus of James Madison University. Welcome to NCAA Baseball and this Colonial Athletic Association opener as the James Madison Dukes host the Seahawks of UNC Wilmington in a three-game series this weekend, starting with tonight's ball game. This evening's game is being presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast Sportsnet, the JMU Graduate School, Intellos Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, Quaker Steak and Lube, and Fox Hill Townhomes. A very warm welcome, everyone, into our broadcast tonight here on Matazone HD Sportsnet. I'm Kurt Dudley and joined tonight by Houston Stutz as we get set for this three-game series between the Dukes and the Seahawks of UNCW. UNCW Houston coming in as the preseason favorite. The Dukes, they're a little further down on the poll, but this has been a good series throughout the history of these two programs.
JMU does lead the series between the two teams, but you look at UNC Wilmington, they've received 48 votes, 6 first-place votes to top the preseason poll, while JMU is 6 out of the 8 teams in the CAA. So falling a little bit, and it's been a very tough going early for the Dukes, and both teams have both had tough records. UNC Wilmington 11-12, James Madison 8-14, but they've had very tough non-conference schedules. You look at UNC Wilmington, they just lost to 18th or 19th ranked NC State 11-2 at home on Wednesday night. It was a one-run game in the 6th, 3-2 with 2 out, but then NC State just kind of blew things open and showed why they're 18th in the country.
The Dukes, too, they've had their losses against some nationally ranked teams. Certainly St. John's is on the cusp. They lost 3 to Seton Hall, which was in the top 25, to Virginia, which will be here in a couple of weeks as well. The Dukes lost to the Cavaliers over in Charlottesville earlier. And West Virginia, also a pretty good opponent the Dukes have lost to thus far this season. Another aspect, Houston talking about the preseason poll, the Dukes have also lost the CA Preseason Player of the Year. One of them, co-players of the year, of course, Kurt Wirtz of Towson, but JMU's Chad Carroll. He has been out since, the Virginia game was the last game that he has played. And we've also learned that Matt Tenaglia will not be available for this series this weekend as well. He has a leg injury. They're still trying to determine the severity of that one. And for Carroll, it is an elbow injury. He will miss the rest of the year. And really, Houston, the way the Dukes have been staying in games has been with their offense, and these are two of their biggest offensive players, at least on paper. Yeah,
I was going to say, their bats are huge. They are what keep JMU in the game, especially when you have a pitching staff of a 7.51 ERA. You're going to have offense if you want to stay in games, and tonight that offense will be very tough to come by.
Well, and offensively, not only that, the Dukes' pitching has not been as good at home as it has been on the road, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we get into tonight's ball game. So sit back, relax, and enjoy tonight's game here on Matazone HD Sportsnet. We'll be back with the starting lineups and the opening pitch as you're watching JMU Diamond Duke Baseball here this evening on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
JMU students, do you want to live in Harrisonburg's premier college housing community? Live the luxurious lifestyle and check out Fox Hill Townhomes today. Fox Hill's furnished 4-bedroom, 2-bath townhomes offers spacious living with a bus service to and from JMU's campus. Located just off Port Republic Road, stop by today to reserve your spot for the 2014-15 school year. Fox Hill Townhomes is a proud partner of JMU Athletics. You are guaranteed to find your home away from home with Fox Hill Townhomes.
As the national anthem played here at Eagle Field at Veterans Memorial Park. Veterans Memorial Park named in honor of those men and women from Harrisonburg and the surrounding county of Rockingham that have served and lost their lives in foreign conflict since World War I. Let's take a look at tonight's starting lineups as the Dukes and Seahawks get together this evening. The Seahawks 11-12 coming into tonight's opener with their longtime head coach Mark Scaff in his 23rd season as the head coach. 739 wins, 571 losses, and 1 tie. And he will have this starting lineup. Casey Golden again in the leadoff position as he will play center field and lead off for the offense. Terrence Conley, the shortstop, hits second, followed by third baseman Ryan LaGrange. Corey Dick will hit in the cleanup spot for the 24th time this season, as he's been the only one to fill that role. Luke Dunlap will hit fifth. He'll serve as the designated hitter, followed by the left fielder Robbie Thorburn. Then it's the catcher, Drew Farber. Justin Carroll will hit eighth and play right field, and Lewis Renville will play second base and bat ninth. Matt Batts will be on the mound. We'll talk more about him in just a little bit. For the Dukes of JMU, under head coach Spanky McFarland, who is now in his 17th season at the helm, 494 wins, 428 losses, and 4 ties, and a couple of CAA championships. His starting lineup, it'll look like this tonight, of course, without Matt Tenaglia nor Chad Carroll. Leading off will be Kevin Hewsome, the center fielder, followed by third baseman Ty McFarland. Connor Brown will hit in the third hole, play second base. The shortstop is Kyle Weston. Josh Wyatt hits fifth and plays in left. The catcher is Bobby San Martin. Hitting seventh, playing at first base, Brett Johnson getting the start tonight. Tyler Gregory, the right fielder, will hit eighth, and Nick Murillo will be the designated hitter for the Dukes tonight. Aaron Hoover, a left-handed sophomore, 0-3 on the season, has the ball, and he'll deliver the first pitch tonight, and it is in there for a called strike as the home plate umpire is Jeff Doy. Linus Baker is at first base, and Wilson Rayner is at third for tonight's showdown. This three-man crew here. Second pitch is lofted straight away to center field, where Hewsome will easily collect that. Couple of pitches and our first out of the ball game as Golden goes down with a fly out to center field.
Well, we mentioned it just before break, but the pitching staff for the JMU Dukes is doing a little bit worse here in their home confines with the frequent strong winds early in the year, and we have some of those wins tonight. The pitching staff has been more effective on the road with a 5.31 ERA in the 10 non-conference games, while a 9.25 ERA in the 12 home games. And just for an example, starter Patrick Tours, he has a 2.45 ERA on the road and a 12.10 at home, and he's got 2 starts on both.
At both ends of the spectrum there, as Hoover will hit Conley on the first pitch that Conley sees in this series. He will take first base, and that's our first base runner of the weekend. Ryan LaGrange, the third baseman, steps in, a 283 hitter. He's making his 24th start of the season. Here's Hoover, the left-hander, and he will throw over to first base. Conley, yet to steal any bases. Actually, this whole starting lineup tonight is not one to run a bit. We get down in the order, and Robbie Thorburn, a freshman, is 4 for 6 in stolen bases. The rest of the pack, well, just 2 for 2. That's the top of the order. Here's the bunt, the sacrifice attempt, and it'll be good as Hoover will go to first base to retire LaGrange, and that's 2 outs in the inning.
You mentioned Terrence Conley. He got hit. He's at second. He's in the top 10 on list for being hit the most. He got hit 3 times against VCU, and he's up to 29 now in the season. That's 7th best on the all-time list at UNC Wilmington. And he's only a sophomore. He's got 1 more, and he'll be up to 6th.
Here's Corey Dick, the left-handed hitting first baseman, batting a hefty .356. Takes the first pitch outside just a bit for a ball. For Corey, he's hit 3 home runs, has driven in 21, a slugging percentage of .478. He does have 7 walks and 11 strikeouts, but an on-base percentage of .404, which is excellent for a power hitting man at in the number 4 hole. We get a balk called against Aaron Hoover. So taking third base will be Conley.
So just like that, pitching mistakes already costing the Dukes, and UNC Wilmington has their first run of the game 90 feet away.
No pitch, of course, as it was a balk. That's ball 2.
Connolly, the man on third, you see right there. He gets hit 5 more times this year. He'll be #1 on the UNC Wilmington all-time hit list for being hit, not actually getting hits.
There's a throw back, and he's going to get picked off at third base is Connolly. As coming up firing San Martin to McFarland for the pickoff at third.
Very great play by San Martin. Saw the opportunity there and used his gun very quickly.
So no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base for the Seahawks in the top of the first inning. Seahawks 0, the Dukes coming to bat after this time out as you're watching JMU Diamond Duke Baseball here on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
If you love wings, if you love rings, and all kinds of other tempting things, great times, great food, get to Quaker Steak and Lube.
Get saucy at Quaker Steak and Lube. Feel the heat with new Sriracha Chicken Tacos, Island Jerk Chicken Sandwich, or Sweet Heat Curry Chicken Wrap. Now for a limited time.
Great times, great food, get to Quaker Steak and Lube.
Welcome back to Eagle Field, Veterans Memorial Park. Kurt Dudley and Houston Stutz with you this evening as the Dukes of JMU facing the Seahawks of UNCW. Matt Batts is on the mound for the Seahawks, a preseason all-conference selection. It's interesting, we have a couple of pitchers tonight that are winless in their appearances. In fact, Batts 0-2, but he has a respectable ERA at 3.89, and whereas Hoover has an 0-3 record, but his ERA at 10.24. Just looks like, didn't get a chance really to check which decisions went into the column for Batts, but he's worked 39 1/3 innings, allowing 17 earned runs. He has a great strikeout to walk ratio. He has fanned 41 and walked 5. And he will face Kevin Hewsome, Ty McFarland, and Connor Brown here in the top of the, or bottom of the first, that is, for the Dukes of James Madison University.
The two losses for Batts came against Liberty 14-6. He went 0-1, and then they lost to San Diego 5-2. But in his last 3 appearances, they've all 3 been wins. He just hasn't got the decision for it.
Here's the 0-1. It's high. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hewsome, the center fielder, a transfer, batting at .373. He has 31 hits and 83 at-bats this season. No home runs, 14 RBIs. He does have 4 doubles and 3 triples, so he can run a bit. Takes the pitch outside for a ball, 2-1. This is the spot that Chad Carroll began the season, hitting in the leadoff spot. Hewsome was down in the order just a bit. But Chad really struggled coming out of the gate. That's a looping breaking pitch that Hewsome liked but could not catch up to, 2-2. And Carroll just struggled out of the gate. They dropped him into the 9-hole. When they did, he immediately responded with a 3-hit ball game, but then soon after that suffered the elbow injury. And he is, by my calculations, would be eligible for a red shirt this year. You have to play no more than a third of the games in the first half of the season, and 16 games is what he qualified for, so he would, or that's how many games he played in, so he is well within that number. And obviously in the first half of the season. As Hewsome fouls that pitch off to stay alive. 3 balls and 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter for JMU. Ground ball in the hole, knocked down by the shortstop. Connolly, long throw, but he will not make the throw, as he wisely just holds it up, and the Dukes will have an infield single to lead off things here offensively. Hewsome getting his 32nd hit of the season, tying him with Ty McFarland in that category.
And again, the offense has not been the problem for the Dukes all year. They can certainly hit the ball, get on base, and score some runs. You look in the hitting categories, they're in the top 25 nationally. It's just been very tough for them defensively and on the mound.
Ty McFarland, one of those among the national leaders in a couple of offensive categories. McFarland coming into this weekend's play at .340. His 6 home runs and 30 runs scored are among the national leaders. He's also driven in 19 for JMU.
At one point, he was the home run leader in the country with those 6 home runs.
Yeah, he got out to an early start with his home runs.
And those 6 home runs is better than he's done in his 3 years prior to this senior year combined.
Fouls that pitch back out of play. 0-2 for McFarland.
McFarland really didn't like that pitch, just kind of stuck the bat out there and looked surprised that it even made contact.
His 30 runs stands 8th in the country, and he is 12th with his 6 home runs. It seems to me that that number should be higher for the 12th leader in the country. Seems kind of low to me. That's fouled off at the plate. It comes back up and hits him as he is standing there in the batter's box, so the count remains no balls and 2 strikes. Bats working with Farber today in this starting role. Corey Dick at first, Renville at second, Connolly at shortstop, LaGrange at third, Thornburn and left, Golden in center, and Carroll in right field. That's the defensive alignment for head coach Mark Scaff and the Seahawks of UNC Wilmington. Here's Bat's delivery, swinging a high fastball, and he gets McFarland down swinging. First out of the ball game for the Dukes, and the first strikeout of the affair for Matt Batts.
If you're the Dukes, though, you have to be pleased that you see Matt Batts on the hill. In the last meeting between the two teams, Batts got the start on March 15th. The Dukes only allowed Batts to pitch 3 2/3 innings, and they put 8 runs on the board and ended up getting a 17-5 victory.
Yeah, this series only got 2 games in last year because of the weather. There is some concern about the weather this weekend, notably tomorrow. And if the game does get washed out tomorrow, we understand the game plan now is a 7 and a 9 inning affair, and they're talking about a noon start if that would be the case. There's a breaking pitch in for the strike to Connor Brown. Brown at 319. He is 23 of 72, 6 doubles, a triple, and 3 home runs. He has driven in 18. That's just the contingency plan. Looking ahead, of course, we may get tomorrow night's ball game, and we'll have to see what Mother Nature does for us, as certainly she has altered. Between her and Old Man Winter, they've altered a lot of schedules here in the latter part of the winter and the early portion of the spring, of course, for many teams, and travel around the country as well.
Yeah, you look at UNC Wilmington, they were supposed to play NC State on Tuesday night, got postponed and had to play Wednesday.
Runner goes to second base, and in safely with a stolen base is Kevin Hewsome. As he is safely there, got a great jump, did Hewsome, to steal his 5th base of the season on 7 attempts. So the Dukes have a runner in scoring position, as did Wilmington in the top of the first. And Connor Brown at the plate, a ball and 2 strikes.
Then you look at James Madison's schedule. They had a game at VMI postponed, and a game against Liberty, and also a game against Radford, 2 of those being home games.
Brown fouls the pitch off. Brown was a preseason All-CAA honorable mention, as was Ty McFarland. Chad Carroll was on the preseason all-conference team as the co-player of the year on the preseason ballot. Wilmington's Ryan LaGrange, the third baseman on the preseason all-conference squad, as the ball is pulled foul by Brown, as was Luke Dunlap. He's on that list. So is Matt Batts and Kelly Sechrist. Sechrist, an interesting start to his season. He has pitched only 16 plus innings, but he has 6 decisions. He is 5-1 and only thrown 16. And what that tells me is the Seahawks have won a lot of late ball games.
Yeah, when he comes in at the right time.
That's pretty efficient. You know, here you've got Batts, who's thrown close to 40 innings and has just 2 decisions. This has popped up on the shallow right field, that is, just beyond the infield, and it's pulled in there by Renville.
To keep going with what you're talking about, preseason All-CAA, honorable mention also for UNC Wilmington, you had Terrence Connolly, the shortstop, Corey Dick, designated hitter, and Jordan Ramsey, another starting pitcher. So that's 7 members of the Seahawk team in honor preseason All-CAA. I guess that's why they were predicted to finish first.
Kyle Weston steps in as the cleanup hitter for the Dukes, batting at .342. A good average there. This is his 20th start, 27 of 79 for the right-handed hitter. He's going to call time and back out. Weston with a home run, 9 doubles. That's tops on the club. A triple, that is, and 10 RBIs. Slugging percentage of nearly .520. Takes the first pitch for a ball, does Weston.
Weston, a transfer from UNC Asheville, where he played his freshman year at, but decided to come back home. He's from Spotswood High School, which is right down the road here.
There's a called strike, just does catch the corner. Yeah, Dukes lead this all-time series 55-39. In fact, they've had some success most recently, particularly in games played here in Harrisonburg. They're 7-5 in the last 12 meetings are the Dukes, and 6-2 here at this facility, which this is the 4th season playing at Veterans Memorial Park. 2 balls and a strike. Wilmington will be the site of the CA Championship Tournament in May. The site was right here the last 2 years. As Weston fouls it off, he's got a 2-2 count.
Duke's looking to use this series to kind of put the non-conference schedule behind them. They're on a 5-game losing streak and are 2-9 in their last 11 games. The only wins coming against Cornell in the opener of that series and against Seton Hall in the middle game.
Ground ball hit towards the second baseman, Rimville. He's up with it, and an easy put out there. So the Dukes do get a leadoff single by Hewsome. He steals second base, but can't advance any further in the bottom of the first. So no runs. There was 1 hit, no errors, and a runner left stranded. Through the first inning of play of this 3-game series, we have a scoreless tie. As you're watching JMU Diamond Duke Baseball here this evening on Matazone HD Sportsnet, and it's presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association. Well, it was raining earlier today. Actually, when I got up to get my coffee first thing this morning, looked out the back door and streets were wet. I thought, oh my gosh, we're going to have to deal with this. But then it cleared up early afternoon. Of course, this is a field turf facility. The only natural surface is on the mound, so it's pretty easy to maintain. And fortunately, because we have had some steady breezes, they're not exceptionally strong here today or annoyingly strong. But because of that, I think the turf looks to be relatively dry. I did not get a chance to walk out on it today. But when the turf is wet, it certainly can factor into the playing of the game itself, particularly in the outfield where it can get a little slick. And running the bases can be a task at time as well.
I was going to say, you have to start your slide very early. This turf can get slick, and you've seen some players, they'll go head first into second, just kind of skip right over top of the bag and into center field to go.
They will do that. Well, Corey Dick is here to lead off the second inning because he was at the plate when Conley was picked off third base to end the first. So we get started again. Hoover drops in a pitch a bit low for ball 1. Hoover's scheduled for tonight, as you can see. Chris Huffman tomorrow and Mark Gunst on Sunday in this series. Bats throwing for the Seahawks tonight. Jordan Ramsey slated for tomorrow, and Nick Monroe for the series closer. Here's the 1-1 count. That's going to be looped into left field, and there to make the catch will be Wyatt. I thought the ball was going to get down, but didn't have enough topspin. And the Dukes will register their first out of the second inning.
The ball had a nice little carry to it. Wyatt didn't have to do much of anything. Took a few steps and was able to squeeze it.
Luke Dunlap is the designated hitter, batting at .315 with 17 hits and 54 at-bats. takes the first pitch for a strike. Dunlap with 3 home runs. Check that, no home runs and 8 runs driven in. And here's Hoover rocking and firing. Fouls it off. Back to the screen, 0-2 to Dunlap. Hoover and San Martin the battery tonight. Johnson getting a start at first base. It's Connor Brown at second, Weston at short, McFarland at third, Wyatt in left, Hewsom in center, and Gregory in right field for the Diamond Dukes of James Madison. Pitch inside for a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes to the number 5 hitter. Hey, you went through that list of all conference preseason honors. Well, Wilmington returned 5 positional starters as well as every pitcher who started a game last year.
That's very important. When you can return a pitching staff with experience, you can take the team far.
And that ball is taken far off the bat of Dunlap as it makes it all the way to the warning track beyond Wyatt in left field, and that'll drop in for a double. So our first extra base hit of the series is off the bat of Dunlap. It's a 1-out double, that is, and it brings up Robbie Thorburn, a .298 hitter, 25 of 84, 3 doubles, no home runs, 12 runs driven in. Another left-hander in the lineup for Coach Scav. Takes the first pitch for a strike. And that was a double. UNCW and San Diego combined for 25 hits on February 27th. All of them were singles. That was a program record. Ground ball to the right side. Connor Brown will scoop it up there. He will make the play at first base. And advancing to third is Dunlap. And 2 away here in the top of the second.
Well, you mentioned the singles. You know, when the previous record,
I think it occurred right here, did it not?
It did. They played against JMU on March 16th, 2013, and there was 18 singles in that game.
That was one of the 2 games they did get in last year between these 2 clubs. Flared down to right field line. That's going to drop in. We've got a score as Wilmington will get on the board first on a 2-out single to right field by the catcher, Drew Farber, as he stepped up there and promptly got inside the ball and sent it down the right field line.
That is something that UNC Wilmington did not do very well Wednesday night. They went 1 for 11 in RBI situations against the Wolfpack of NC State.
Carroll fouls the pitch off. He is at the plate now from the right side as the number 8 hitter, the right fielder. Takes that pitch for a strike. Carroll's numbers didn't come up on our scorecard here to start things off. Got to track them down for you. Runner goes. Here's a throw to second base. Shortstop waiting and overslide in the bag. They get him as he fails to respond quickly enough, does Farber. Well, there you go right there. You have to know how to slide on this turf here at Eagle Field.
Yeah, another one of those instances. He did not get down soon enough. Just went right by that slick back. So I guess Kurt, the turf is still a little wet from that rain this morning.
So Carroll will be at the plate when we come back in the top of the third. But before that, the Dukes will get a turn in the bottom of the second. But in the second inning for the Seahawks, they do pick up a run on a couple of hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. 1.5 played here. The Seahawks won, the Dukes nothing. On Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
Seahawks with the early lead, 1-0 on the RBI 2-out single by Drew Farber, who's been gunned down trying to steal second base. I think the umpire was going to call him safe at first and then waited for a good while. And as he was trying to scamper back, Farber was tagged as he had overslid second base, and the shortstop Weston put the tag on him.
Yeah, I don't think that. I guess he thought that Weston did not see him, had his back turned when he took his hand off the bag, but Weston was aware and was able to get the tag on.
Quickly an 0-2 count on Wyatt. Josh Wyatt batting at .229, 11 for 48, no home runs. He has driven in 4. And bats working from the third base side of the rubber. This is outside for a ball. Good spot there, though, 1-2. If you can get the guy to commit and chase there, you have not wasted that pitch. But he'll set it to the outside, working really quickly is Batts. And he gets the strikeout pretty quickly, too, on 4 pitches as Wyatt goes down to lead off the second.
That's the second strikeout of the night for Matt Batts. He had 5 in the loss last year to the Dukes.
He's moving up on the charts for UNC Wilmington as well as far as career strikeouts. There's Bobby San Martin for the Dukes. .273, no home runs, 7 runs driven in. The Dukes right-handed hitting catcher. First pitch outside for a ball. So 2 strikeouts thus far in this game, 1 in each inning. So Batts has now registered 247 in his career, and that stands 6th on the all-time chart for UNCW. Ball inside, 2-0.
And as they say at UNC Wilmington, Batts is missing bats. He does lead the CAA in strikeouts as well.
Next on the list is Jake Mullis. The ball's going to get away from the right fielder, falling down out there for a base hit. San Martin gets the safety, and the Dukes have their second hit of the ball game.
If San Martin just had a little bit more speed on him, he probably could have turned that into a double, but he chose not to round the corner at first and try and get to second. So playing it safe there, not very aggressive. Good decision, I would say.
Brett Johnson making his 5th start of the season, that in lieu of Matt Tenaglia out for this series with a leg injury. And a toss over. San Martin not a threat to run. He is 0 for 1 in stolen bases. Johnson is 2 for 16 with a double and an RBI. Tenaglia, by the way, is the Dukes' leading hitter as far as overall average is concerned, as the Dukes are missing his .397 average with 7 doubles, 2 triples, 3 home runs, and a team best 26 RBIs and a team best 51 total bases. That ball flared back out of play for a strike. The count is even now, and a ball and a strike to Johnson.
Mamba, you need keys?
Brett, a redshirt freshman, tall kid at 6'5", 225 pounds, out of Charlottesville, St. Anne's Belfield. Dukes like him, the coaching staff like him, think he's got a good future. And of course, a redshirt freshman, so he's had that full year of maturity. It may just take a little longer for him to kind of catch up into the game, of the college game, but I mean, he's a good-looking kid as far as his overall build is concerned. Ball up high, 2-2.
Yeah, you can look at him there. Certainly fills out the uniform. Very big guys at the weight room.
He's one of these players that in 2 years from now could be a leader on this team, if not sooner. At least in projections. Got under that pitch a bit into shallow right field. Renville will call for it, and he'll squeeze it for the second out of the inning.
He did get underneath that pitch, but I like the bat speed that he had. He got the bat around in a hurry. Just didn't make the contact on the ball where you wanted to.
Tyler Gregory up next for the Dukes, hitting in the 8-hole tonight, a .231 hitter, 18 of 78, 4 triples, 4 doubles, no home runs, 10 runs driven in. Flares that pitch back for strike one. Eagle Field here, Veterans Memorial Park. 330 down the left field line. It's 320 in right. 400 straight away. 16-foot wall in right field, and then in the power alley in right center, it drops down to the 18-foot wall. Wind is blowing from right to left today. Well, it doesn't look like it's going to have a lot of flight influence unless you get it way up there. But even judging from the few balls that we've seen hit in the air here, I don't think it's having much effect at all, quite frankly. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Now the flag is laying down for the most part. It might stand up a little bit.
Quick flip over. Morello make that San Martin back in.
Nick Marullo, though, is on deck for the Dukes. He's also a catcher, but today he's filling the designated hitter role.
And a called strike to Gregory. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-0, Seahawks with the lead. Tomorrow night's game also a 6:30 start. Sunday at 2 o'clock is the scheduled first pitch. Here's the 1-2. Ground ball hit to the right side. And Renville's been busy here in this opening couple of innings defensively. Dukes do get a runner aboard. A 2-out single by San Martin. No further than first base does he roam. So no runs on a hit, no errors, and a runner left. Dukes have left a couple on thus far. And they trail the Seahawks of UNC Wilmington 1-0 here on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Well, overcast skies here this evening. Lights are on here at Veterans Memorial Park and taking early effect this evening as we go into the 7 o'clock hour. You may see, if you're a follower of JMU Baseball Twitter, you're probably seeing a lot of photos of folks wearing mustaches.
Has yours popped up on there yet?
No, I don't know. I didn't see it. I don't know if Margot, did you tweet my mustache? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's out there. All right, somewhere. Margot Savage and I. Margot took, what's that? Oh, okay, yeah. All right, she tagged me in it. So we took a selfie, and it was with the purple mustache, the handlebar mustache. And what students can do tonight is they can take a picture, a selfie, and send it to at JMU Baseball, and that registers them for a drawing to win a nice TV here this evening.
You mentioned the handlebar mustache. I mean, surprised the pep band wasn't able to get some of those to take to Texas with.
That would have been nice, huh? That would have been that would have been a really good promotion. Maybe they should have done that ahead of schedule. Aaron Hoover working on the mound for the Dukes, and he's going so against Carroll, who was at the plate when the inning ended, that is, in the second.
The pep band had their cowboy hats on. I think a nice purple handlebar mustache would have worked very nicely with that.
Boots, the hats, yeah, that probably could have worked. Fly ball to center field for the first out of the third.
Second base.
You never know. Maybe the little extra purple power in the stash could have propelled the Dukes to another upset victory.
Lewis Renville batting at .243, 9 for 37. Takes the first pitch for a strike. Hoover working pretty quickly as well. Missing low and away to the number 9 hitter. So he's yielded a run and a couple of hits. No strikeouts thus far for Aaron. That just does miss. 2 balls and a strike. As we're in the 3rd inning. That's a check swing. That's a fair ball, I do believe. Yes, it is. All he's got to do is tag him. He's out.
Just like that, 2 are gone here in the top of the 3rd for the Seahawks.
Ball hit the plate and just dribbled right out in front. Renville didn't respond at all. I guess maybe he was trying to decoy that he got hit and realizes, oh, okay, I guess I'm out.
Yeah, it looked like in the replay that it bounced right inside the batter's box, right there at his feet.
So back to the top of the order, Golden, who led off the game with a fly ball and a 1-1 pitch to center field. This one he's going to shoot into the gap into right field. And he's got the 3rd hit of the ball game for the Seahawks. So Hoover will have to work again beyond 3 batters in an inning. This time he'll face Connolly, who he hit by a pitch.
Shortstop takes Connolly.
I don't know what it is about Connolly, but just does a good job of getting hit.
You know, and it's not like he's really crowding the plate. I was curious to look at his stance here the second time up, as he does take the strike. Now he does, I mean, look where he stands. He's right in the middle of the batter's box, but he does lean over a little bit, not really excessively.
Yeah, you look at it, and he's giving the pitchers plenty of room to work in the zone. Besides the fact that maybe because he's left-handed for a right-handed pitcher.
Conley at 6'1", 204 pounds. The sophomore from Garden City, New York. Another toss over. There was a Richmond Spider once back in the 90s. Can't recall his name right now. But he was hit 39 times, I think, in a season. He was one bruised Spider.
I was about to say he probably turned purple.
I think he, if he did not, he was very close to setting an NCAA record. But one thing he would not do, he did not dance around in the batter's box. If the ball was coming at him, he just stood right there. He never got out of the way.
Took one for the team.
I can't recall his name right now. But I can see him getting hit by a few pitches by JMU pitchers. Richmond was once in the CAA, a very good baseball program when Ronnie Atkins was the head coach. And Richmond historically, the strike into Conley. Historically, no matter what their record was, when they got to the CAA tournament, they always seemed to be in the mix come championship Saturday. More often than not. It was quite amazing. Had a real good run. Ground ball hit to the right side deep. Playing there was Connor Brown. He takes the high hop and makes an easy play up. The top of the 3rd for the Seahawks. No runs. They did pick up a hit. No errors. And that runner, Golden, stranded at first base. After 2.5, 1-0 Seahawks over the Dukes of James Madison here on Madison HD Sportsnet. Presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
I will no longer wait until next month or the month after to download this month's hottest song.
I will no longer be limited to downloading the trailer instead of the movie.
Yes. Yes, I do want to download the attachment.
More phones, more lines, and unlimited data with no surprises. Stand up and demand more. And tell us, wireless for the people. Switch now and we'll buy out your...
It looks like there is considerable amount of Twitter activity with pictures going out today. A lot of JMU baseball Twitter accounts going on. As we go to the bottom of the third inning, 1-0 Seahawks leading the Dukes of JMU. Nick Murillo will lead off, a 167 hitter, 7 for 42. In the bottom of the third, Matt Batts leads him off with a strike. Both teams with base runners in each at-bat thus far. A late swing by Murillo. 0-2.
I'm sure we have some UNC Wilmington fans listening through their Hawk vision, but big news for the basketball program there with Curtis Keats getting hired, Louisville assistant.
That's going to be just foul down the right field line. Yeah, an exciting hire for the Seahawks.
I think it's a great pickup for their basketball program. You get the Louisville assistant, so he will join the basketball team once their run in the tournament is done, but he's also able to coach in Chatham, Virginia at the Hargrave Military Academy. And, of course, they have a great post-grad basketball program.
The 0-2, the swing and the miss and the strikeout, number 3 of the ball game for Matt Batts.
Hargrave Military Academy just all the time putting top players in. Montrez Harrell, who went to Louisville to play, he's actually signed to play at Tech and then transferred to Louisville, or decided to take away his commitment, go to Louisville because of Curtis Keats. He was one of the assistants at Hargrave at the time.
Yeah, Seth Greenberg was actually talking about that this morning as he was on with Colin Cowherd on ESPN. There's a called strike, 1-1. Houston with a single in the first inning and a stolen base.
And that's one of those recruits that if Seth Greenberg keeps him at Tech, Seth Greenberg still might have a job.
That's right.
Instead, Buzz Williams, old Marquette coach, is now taking over the reins of the Hokies.
Yep, Hokies' new athletics director, Whit Babcock, actually is a former JMU baseball Duke. His father, Brad, was the head coach here for 18 seasons and took the Dukes to the College World Series in 1983.
And actually has a plaque right when you come up the stairs here.
Yeah.
Veterans Memorial Park.
Yeah, Whit went to high school right behind us at what is now known as Memorial Hall, the former Harrisonburg High School, which is now utilized by the baseball and softball programs here as their home here at Veterans Memorial Park. A ball and 2 strikes to Houston.
It's a great facility for them to use to practice in, and talking with softball players, they say that they've been using the baseball field more than the baseball team has, and the baseball team has been using the indoor facilities with the hitting cages and so forth in there.
Yeah, over the softball, the natural surface has been so damp. They did play a very key series last weekend as there's the strikeout called against Houston. Beautiful pitch delivered by Batts. Nothing Houston could do to get the trigger pulled on that one.
4th strikeout of the day, 1 shy of his 5 he had last year against the Dukes.
So 2 outs in the inning. And Ty McFarland, who struck out in the first, is back up to the plate.
An interesting note to point out regarding UNC Wilmington pitch it as Ty McFarland will swing and miss and go to 0-1, but they used 8 pitchers Wednesday night against the Wolfpack. They had about 5 pitchers that didn't even go an inning. They went a third or even 2/3. The most, their starter, he went 3 2/3 innings, allowed 3 runs and 4 hits.
In that game, the Wolfpack was pulled away late. And that's flared in the shallow left field. Retreating and making the nice catch is Connolly, the shortstop, for the final out of the third. So the first time we'll see a pitcher go out and retire 1, 2, 3 in order. So through 3 innings of play, our score, JMU trailing the Seahawks of UNC Wilmington 1-0 here on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Duke Dogs just warming up. Join us for the JMU Duke Club Golf Classic on April 25th at Spotswood Country Club.
Duke Dog's pretty talented there, isn't he?
I like that. Reminds me of Happy Gilmore and then the finish of that movie. Had a nice happy run, and if only he had a golf club.
Yeah, hockey stick, right? Yeah, the Duke Club Golf Classic coming up on April the 25th right here in Harrisonburg. Always a great day for fans and supporters of James Madison University Athletics. Usually head out there for a little bit. Don't get a chance to play, but and even if I took clubs out there, it still wouldn't be classified as playing.
I prefer the driving range.
Do you? Yeah. You can quit when you want.
Yeah, take some frustrations out, get your bucket of balls, and
could do that. Yeah.
Take some swings at it.
All right, we're 3 innings into this ball game. 1-0. The Seahawks. LaGrange, Dick, and Dunlap. Here on the top of the 4th for the Seahawks of UNC Wilmington against Aaron Hoover, who drops in a strike against LaGrange, who is yet to have an official at bat as he was credited with a sacrifice in the first. Through the first 3 innings, the visitors 1 run on 3 hits, no errors. For the home team, the Dukes, no runs, 2 hits, and no errors.
Man, that bucket of balls at the driving range might last me a little bit longer than it does everybody else, because I won't hit the ball like that, drive it right back up the middle.
And LaGrange does that as he splits the infield. I wonder if that's the LaGrange point of the infield. I think it was a little left of that, so.
Just a hair, but he made very solid contacts with the ball right on time, right back up the middle. Well, my golf swing isn't that nice.
Corey Dick with a line drive to left field, first time up. Take a look at that pitch for a strike. Dick, another one of the preseason all-conference honorees for UNC Wilmington. From Albemarle, North Carolina. 0-2. Wilmington at one time was the southernmost coastal spot in the CAA, but now with the College of Charleston in the league, we're down the coast a little further. Pitch outside. A ball and 2 strikes.
Wonder how long it'll be before the CAA baseball tournament is down in Charleston.
That's a good question, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's not down there before too long. That one hacked into right field. Connor Brown calling for it. He'll make the put out. I think the Seahawks have it the next 2 years in Wilmington, and then it would be up for bid then. Luke Dunlap with a double, and he scored the only run in the ball game as he steps in for the 2nd time today with a runner at first base and 1 out and a toss over from Hoover.
I believe the Seahawks have learned their lesson to stay close to the bag. They've already been picked off twice. A lot of that having to do with Bobby San Martin and his very quick release behind the plate.
Good pitch, Hoover, good pitch.
Pitch is low to Dunlap.
San Martin threw out Terrence Connolly in the first at third base, just getting too big of a lead. This ball low and in.
Dunlap, a junior, 5'11", 178-pounder from Walnut Cove, North Carolina. Not sure where that cove is located. There are a lot of coves up and down the coast there. There's a called strike. 2-1. Talking about all those returning from the Seahawks a year ago. As time is called. Hoover taking a long look at the plate. JMU returned 4 of 9 position starters. Ground ball backhanded by the shortstop. Throw to second for 1, and the relay picked up on the hop by Johnson. So it's a 6-4-3 double play. Weston Brown Johnson in on the twin killing. That will silence the 4th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and no one left on base. Will remain 1-0 Seahawks. Going to the bottom of the 4th here on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
If you love wings, if you love rings, and all kinds of other tempting things, great times, great food, get to Quaker Steak and Lube.
Get saucy at Quaker Steak and Lube. Feel the heat with new Sriracha Chicken Tacos, Island Jerk Chicken Sandwich, or Sweet Heat Curry Chicken Wrap. Now for a limited time.
Great times, great food, get to Quaker Steak and Lube.
Friday night here at Veterans Memorial Park in Eagle Field. Now, speaking of College of Charleston, that's where the JMU softball Dukes are settling in tonight. They'll have a 3-game series with the Cougars this weekend. Last weekend, Mickey Dean's team, for the first time by any CAA team, swept all 3 games from the Pride of Hofstra in CAA softball action. And they did so in exciting fashion last weekend. Ground ball from Connor Brown to the shortstop. Connolly, long throw, hit low, but scooped up on the backhand by Dick. 1 away in the 4th.
Yeah, the JMU softball team came out swinging the bats very hot last weekend, and especially Taylor Newton.
Yeah, Figgy
went off.
Figgy. She drove in 8 of the 12 runs, hit 3 home runs. Game winner in the series finale, a 2-1 win for the Dukes, and it was a timely home run at that. It came in the 6th. Now Weston at the plate, he grounded out the second. 0-1 on Weston. There's Christy Norton, former assistant coach here for JMU softball, as the head coach of the Seahawks now in her 2nd season. 0-2 to Weston. Had a chance to talk to Christy when I was in Wilmington for the CAA opener for the men's basketball Dukes back in January.
Weston again, a .342 hitter entering the day. Started out the season very strong at the plate.
Takes pitch high, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
You mentioned that in the last inning, JMU returning 4 of their non-position players, but tonight they're missing 2 of those in Tenaglia and Carroll.
Yeah, so you just reduce that even more. So why don't we just adjust that to 2 out of 9. Pitch was fouled back out of play. Back towards the concession area here at Veterans Memorial Park.
Only 2 returners are the 2 and 3 hitters. That's Ty McFarland and Connor Brown. At least starting wise. Bobby St. Martin, he got his fair share of catching duties in last year. Tyler Gregory, Nick Marullo also.
Here's the 1-2 from Batts. 1-2, no, not quite 2 hops to Renville. 2 away.
We just continue to put pressure on the second baseman, Renville, but he's played fantastic so far. Fielded it cleanly every opportunity he can get.
Senior from Rayford, North Carolina, Hope County High School. Here's Josh Wyatt, the left fielder. He struck out first time up. He's 0 for 1 in tonight's ball game.
Only year of Renville, he's got 5 errors. Second best on the team for Wilmington. Terrence Connolly leads the way with 7. Those 5 errors, though, good enough for an .884 fielding percentage for the second baseman. So that number not quite where you want it
Yeah,
at.
you will need your middle infielders to be above 90%. They do get a lot of opportunities. Swing and a miss. At least that's what I would look for, above 90. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And Renville again only making his 11th start of the season, 14th appearance.
And the strikeout, number 5. So that matches what Bats had against the Dukes last year, and he has retired now 8 in a row. And he's actually only allowed 2 base runners on a couple of singles thus far as we've gone through 4 full innings. Seahawks 1, Dukes nothing here on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
I'll tell you what, we're going to open up the email bag a little early tonight. If we can get the email address up there for you, we'll do so in just a split second. There it is. Matazone@jmu.edu. Matazone@jmu.edu. We enjoy hearing from folks, no matter which team you might be rooting for. Send us an email tonight. Let us know where you're watching from, who you might be rooting for, and you can join in on the conversation. We'll give you a shout out if you got a question or two. We'll hopefully can come up with an answer. It may not be the right one, but we can make one up. No, we try. If we don't know, we'll admit that. But could have some fun with you. As we go to the 5th inning. Thorburn leading off for the Seahawks of UNC Wilmington, and Hoover starting him off with a strike. Thorburn with a ground out to second base back in the 2nd inning.
With UNC Wilmington back to the plate, we completely skipped over it in the 3rd, but with Casey Golden's single, that extended his current hitting streak to 9 games, and it's also his longest of the season.
0-2 on the number 6 hitter for the Seahawks here in this Friday evening contest. Missing low is Hoover, a ball and 2 strikes. Wind picks up just a little bit now as the flag dances a bit. And that ball is yanked into right field. Sharply hit by Thorburn. And a leadoff base runner. Seahawks have had a runner in the 1st. They had a couple in the 2nd. That's when they plated their run. A runner in the 3rd on a single in the 4th, and now this single by Thorburn. That's 5 hits. Only 1 for extra bases. That was the double by Dunlap.
It's not too much of an important hit streak, but since we're mentioning it, Thorburn with that hit now has hits in 4 consecutive games.
One of the newcomers. There were 11 newcomers that the Seahawks brought in this year. Thorburn, one of them. Of course, I mentioned Mark Scaff, the head coach, stationed in the dugout. Randy Hood is the associate head coach. He's down in the 3rd base box right now. The other assistant coaches, Matt Williams and Robbie Monday.
And Matt Williams is one of those newcomers.
Goes to second, and that's there in time for the force out.
Very smart play.
And San Martin was the one that directed that. Let me get a chance to see that one again. Watch San Martin come out, and he just basically, you won't be able to hear him, I don't think. Oh, that's the base hit earlier. And here's the one attempt.
But had just a little too much pace on it, made it very easy for Hoover.
Good spot, Hoover!
So Farber will be charged with a time at bat on the fielder's choice on the 1 to 6 put out. And Carroll at the plate, 1 ball, no strikes. He flew out to center field his first time up. Chops this one foul down the third base side. Ball and a strike. I did see some, we'll say, parental alums coming in. Cole McInturf. Saw his mom Tracy come into the ballpark here this evening. They still have, he has a sister that still goes to JMU, Maggie. Ball and 2 strikes now to Carroll. The 1-2, way outside. And we're even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Way outside. Carroll holding back. Count full. We haven't seen any walks in this game. Now, Connolly was hit by a pitch in the first inning. That's the closest thing we've seen to a free base from that category. And then Hoover also balked in the first. Other than that, everything has been earned the hard way. Strike 3 the call, and they're going to have an interference on the batter going across the plate. So that ends up being a strike him out and quote-unquote throw him out. For the Seahawks in the 5th, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on base. We make the turn in this ball game. 1-0 Seahawks of UNCW over the Dukes of JMU here on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. Nothing our score here this evening on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. As we go to the bottom of the 5th inning, Kurt Dudley and Houston Stutz with you this evening. Thanks for joining us here.
With that strikeout to end the top of the 5th, Aaron Hoover has now surpassed his season high in innings pitched. His previous high was 4 2/3 against Cornell on March 15th, but now he's went 5 full, has 1 strikeout on the afternoon. His season high is 4, which also came on that March 15th day against Cornell.
Here's another roller to Renville, and he's got another assist. Been a busy man there. Had an assist and a putout in the first inning, an assist and a putout in the second. Both those putouts on pop-ups. He didn't do anything in the third, had an assist in the 4th, and starts here in the 5th with an assist. Johnson got Renville active as he popped up to the second baseman in the second inning. First pitch swung on for strike 1.
Again today, Brett Johnson's 5th start, 8th appearance of the season.
The 1-1 is a little low.
I guess we can call it in the dirt.
Yes. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Johnson. Swing and a miss. Johnson goes down. That is strikeout number 6. 2 away. 10 in a row retired now by Matt Batts. You can see why he was a preseason all-conference pick and the pitcher of the week in the CA this week. Tyler Gregory up next. A ground ball to second base.
Yeah, last weekend, the UNC Wilmington Seahawks got to battle against West Virginia Mountaineers. And of course, Bat was the starter in that opening game series, which in every series that UNC Wilmington has played this year, they have won the opening game. The Bats went toe-to-toe with the 2013 Big 12 pitcher of the year, Harrison Musgrave, but neither one of them figured into the decision. Bat went 8 innings. He allowed 1 run on 4 hits and a pair of walks while striking out 5. He's allowed 2 or fewer runs in each of his last 3 starts, all games again, which UNC Wilmington would go on to win. So that might be a key fact if the Dukes cannot get any offense in this matchup.
Gregory, a defensive swing, stays alive, just fouls it right back to the screen. And 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Good job, Niner. Good job, Niner. Out of bed. It's going to come at you here, 9. What do you say, kid? Coming at you, Greg.
2-2 to Gregory, the number 8 hitter. Bats delivers. Gregory
Good swing, 9.
pulls the trigger, flares it back to the left side, well out of play. 2-2, count remains. Well, a little lacrosse action for you on Madison tomorrow as well. It's audio only. Dukes against the Aztecs of San Diego State. That'll start at about 2:50 tomorrow. Kat Maniantakis will join me. Then we'll rush over here for a little more baseball. That's a foul ball.
Right there on the line.
Yep, but Mr. Baker right there on the line too. He knew it was foul. Linus Baker, the first base umpire today. Here's the 2-2 offering. And he swings and misses. Strikeout number 7. 2 of them coming here in the 5th inning. And 11 in a row retired now by Bats. We go to the top of the 6th. 1-zip. Seahawks lead the Dukes on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
I will no longer wait until next month or the month after to download this month's hottest song.
I will no longer be limited to downloading the trailer instead of the movie.
Yes. Yes, I do want to download the attachment.
More phones, more lines, and unlimited data with no surprises. Stand up and demand more. And tell us, wireless for the people. Switch now and we'll buy out your...
Through 5 innings, 1-0. Seahawks leading the Dukes of JMU. Let's put that email address up there again for us, Jake. Madazone@jmu.edu. Send us an email here this evening, and we'll give you a shout out tonight. Leave it up there for until we get a batter up here to the plate.
The leadoff hitter, though, for the Seahawks will be the busiest man of the night, Lewis Renville. So the 9, and then go back to the top of the order with Casey Golden and Terrence Connolly. So 9, 1, and 2 due up.
Renville hit what he thought was a foul ball just in front of the plate. did not move, and San Martin picked it up, turned around and tagged him for the put out. First pitch, he swings and fouls it down the right field line, and here's the second pitch on the way from Hoover. Takes a little off of it, leaves it a little outside, 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Hits up high. Kind of a thin crowd here this evening. Here's the 2-1. Weather may have something to do with that. And the count now 3-1 to the number 9 hitter.
Aaron Hoover, again, only allowed 5 hits for the Seahawks so far, 1 run.
High chopper. This is going to be a difficult play. It'll be an infield hit, although the throw will come through, but it'll be well behind. Weston went ahead and tossed it to first base, but Renville there well in front.
So now 6 hits on the board for the Seahawks, but Aaron Hoover is still doing a lot better than he did in his last performance for the Dukes against St. John's on the 21st. He only went 3 1/3 in that start. He allowed 8 hits and 5 runs, all of which were earned. He walked 1, only had 1 strikeout, and allowed 1 extra base hit.
Casey Golden, the center fielder, up now 1 for 2. Strike 1 to him.
And Hoover did go to 0-3 after that game and had a 10.24 ERA. Not the best outing, but he's bouncing back. Pitched very strong here, just the bats haven't been going so well for the Dukes.
That's because the bats for the Seahawks, that being Matt Bats, has been going very well on the hill. Hoover has allowed leadoff singles in each of the last 3 innings, this one inclusive. Nobody has been able to get any further than second base, actually any further than first base for that matter. The ball and a strike to the leadoff hitter. Golden has seen this leadoff role for much of the season. They've used a couple of others in that leadoff spot, have the Seahawks. Aaron seems to be a little more sporadic around the plate here as we're in the middle innings, but as you mentioned, he's going into uncharted waters this season. Golden, this is the 20th game in which Golden has been in the leadoff position. They put Josh Abshire there once. Renville, who's at first base right now, 3 times. Nope, I'm sorry. He's been in the number 2 hole 3 times. Stephen Linkus also has been in the leadoff spot. There's a base hit to the left side, as Weston playing closer to the bag at second, and Golden takes advantage of it.
Yeah, just barely out of the diving reach of Kyle Weston, who put all his effort to try and get to that ball, just could not get to it.
All right, so that's 7 hits now for the Seahawks, and for the second time in this game, 2 hits in a single inning. Seahawks have mustered no more than 2 in a frame, and Conley here at the plate, but the Seahawks got something brewing here in the top of the 6th, leading 1-0 with back-to-back singles to start off this frame. Conley shows bunt, takes the ball outside for ball 1.
This will be the 7th multi-hit game for Casey Golden now. It's his 6th 2-hit game. He does have 1 3-hit game as well.
Seahawks with just 7 home runs this year. Ball bunted, very well bunted, and a mix-up defensively. McFarland was going back to cover the bag, and that'll be an infield hit. So something was botched that time on what the Dukes wanted to do from a defensive standpoint.
And with that, the bases are now juiced.
Needed an out there regardless. So miscommunication. Here comes Spanky McFarland. That'll be it for Hoover.
So he will officially not get credit for pitching any in the 6th inning because they did not force an out. But he does go 5 full innings, which again is his new season high.
If he goes 5+, he's yielded 8 hits, 1 run. All 3 of these runners are going to be his responsibility. As the Dukes will go to the bullpen for the first time this weekend. And Patrick Tours will come in for the Dukes. A junior, 6'6", 215-pounder from Florham Park, New Jersey, out of Seton Hall Prep. Normally in a starting role for the Dukes this year. Tours takes up his warm-up tosses.
Again, Tours, like we mentioned earlier, Duke's struggling here at home pitching, and Tours is the example that I used. He's got a 2.45 ERA on the road, but a 12.10 ERA in his 2 home starts. You put those together, he's got a 6.97 ERA on the season.
This is 7th overall appearance. As Houston said, 2 starts on the road and 2 starts here at home. He has worked 20 2/3 innings. Allowed 36 hits in those 20.2. And has yielded a couple of home runs. The opposition hitting .409 against him. Tours has struck out 14 and walked 7. So the bases are filled with Seahawks. Nobody out in the 6th inning. A 1-run ball game. Seahawks trying to break this one open. As LaGrange will step out with Tours on the mound. Let's see what Patrick can deliver here with his first offering out of the bullpen. And he gets a called strike from the home plate umpire. Jeff Doy again calling the balls and strikes today. Tours looks in. Duke's corner infielders even with a bag. And that one gets by. Ty McFarland, 1 run will score. A second runner coming to the plate. Ball is sailed over and wide to the left. That will not allow much but an advancement of the runner from first to second. As that ball got away from Wyatt. So a 2-run single for LaGrange, who takes second base on the throw home. McFarland was pulled in even with the bag, maybe even been a step closer. Taking third on the play is Conley, and it's a 2-run single for LaGrange. And it's a 3-0 lead for the Seahawks. Now it's Dick at the plate. Pitch is high for ball 1.
And those 2 runs that scored for the Seahawks, RBI 12 and 13 for LaGrange. So I think it's safe to say, Kurt, that UNC Wilmington is hitting ball a lot better than they did Wednesday night with runners in scoring position.
Yes, they are. It took them a while to get some guys in scoring position. Got plenty of guys on base, but only a few in scoring position. But now they're capitalizing on it. Ball and a strike. Dick fouls that pitch back. And a called strike. 1 and 2. Dick came into the week ranked 5th in the CAA in overall hits. 2-2 as he takes that pitch outside. Michael Katz having a great year for Wilmington. That ball smothered by McFarland, throws across, and backhanded picked by Johnson for the first out of the inning, but a run will score. That will also close the books on Hoover as he will get charged with all 3 runners that got on base here in this inning. Corey Dick will get credited for the RBI. And that's the first out of the inning.
Because the ball was hit to the left side, LaGrange, he have to stay positioned at second base. So now only 1 runner on for the Seahawks.
And Dunlap at the plate, who is 1 for 2 with a double, a run scored. He also has bounced into a 6-4-3 double play. LaGrange taking a lead at second base. Tours looks at him. Now delivers high and away for a ball, 2-0.
Dunlap was the Player of the Week nomination for the Seahawks. He hit .538, 7 of 13 on the week, while posting a slugging percentage of .769 on the strength of 3 doubles and recording an on-base percentage of .588, thanks in part to 2 walks and being hit by a pitch. He scored 3 runs and knocked in 5 for the Seahawks as they went 3-1, including a series win over Big 12, West Virginia, as we mentioned. Against the Mountaineers, though, he had 2 hits in each game and doubled twice, knocked in 3 runs, as UNC Wilmington rallied in that game to win late 13-10 in that series finale. And the thing for Dunlap, though, he started the season 0 for 11, suffered an ankle injury, and now he's hitting .410 over his last 12 games, so he's really starting to come on late for the Seahawks.
Time call. We do have a powwow on the hill right now between Tours and San Martin. Got some emails that did come in too. Watching from Siler City, North Carolina. Pulling for the Seahawks. Center fielder Mr. Golden is from Siler City. And you're welcome for the coverage. Here's the 2-0. It's inside. No, that's going to be a strike. Thought that was going to hang up inside there a bit.
Yeah, it certainly looked a bit inside. Guess it caught that corner.
That came in from, I'll just say, Lex Cade. 2 balls and a strike. Tours delivers. That's going to come straight back to the screen. If it were not for the screen, we might have had one in the broadcast booth.
And that was another pitch in on the hands of Dunlap. Just managed to battle it off, and looked like the same exact pitch that Tours went with on that last pitch. So may have got the strike call again to force Dunlap to go around and battle it off.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 runs, make that 3 runs across here in the 6th. Another ball fouled back to the netting. 2-2. Give a shout out to Bob Bladell, Johnny Bladell's father, listening in and watching on Matazone this evening. Of course, he was here this time last year, coming to the ballpark. Ground ball up the middle. Gets the good hop, does Weston. Throw across. Second out of the inning. And taking third is LaGrange.
So 6-3 on the put out, and that'll bring up the 6th man for UNC Wilmington, Robbie Thornburn, the left fielder.
Again, the book is closed on Hoover. He'll get charged with the 4 runs and 8 hits. All the runs are earned. We've seen an error-free game thus far. Not even a pass ball to it. That's a mix-up on the signals there as Thorburn is at the plate. I think Nick was anticipating, or San Martin rather, was anticipating a fastball, and he got a breaking pitch.
Breaking pitch upstairs, left hanging. Bit too high though.
The Thorburn family are cheering on the Seahawks from Raleigh. And there's a base hit over the shortstop's head into left field. Weston not tall enough to go up and get that one, and the Seahawks now with the 5-0 lead on the 2-out RBI single by Thorburn.
Yeah, Weston just did not have a ladder tall enough to climb to get to that pitch. Just looped right over his head.
That run will be charged against Tours. So we allowed the single to LaGrange, scoring a couple of runs, then got a couple of infield groundouts, and now faces Farber, who was 1 for 2 with a single. Reached on a fielder's choice when he was trying to sacrifice Thorburn back up to second.
You need at least one or you don't have time.
Runner goes, pitch is outside, throw is just a little late, but I tell you what, San Martin did a decent job at least delivering the ball down there, but it was a great jump by Thorburn, who picks up the stolen base, and that is his 5th of the season on 7 tries.
Yeah, San Martin got the ball out of there in a hurry. That one hop just killed him. I think the throw would have been on time if it didn't have that hop in there.
Here's the 2-0. It's in for a strike right at the letters. Say shout out to Susan Stupensky, watching from New Jersey. Son Gavin is one of the catchers for UNCW, and she wants to give a shout out to all the out-of-staters from UNCW and JMU. Go Hawks, though, she says. So not surprised we got a lot of Hawk fans watching in tonight. We expected that, quite frankly. Here's the 2-1. It's outside. 3-1.
Tours just really struggling to find his zone here since he came into the ball game. Came into a bases loaded jam, tough situation, and just hasn't really been able to settle down since. UNC Wilmington, though, they're finding the sweet spot on Tours and just putting the ball where the defense isn't, the name of the game.
3-1. This will be a grounder towards the shortstop. And it's a nice back pick again by Johnson. Throw was into the turf by Weston, as Thorburn kind of ran a screen there to try to take Weston off the stride. It almost worked, but he still does. Weston come up with the final out of the inning. What a big inning it is for the Seahawks, as they wind up plating 4 runs on 5 hits. No JMU errors, and 1 runner left on base. As we go to the bottom of the 6th, Dukes now find themselves down by 5. It's a 0-0 Seahawks over the Dukes here on Matazone HD Sportsnet.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Seahawks with the 5-0 lead over the Dukes of James Madison as we continue on in the bottom of the 6th inning. Matt Batts back out on the hill for the Seahawks. Batts has worked 5 innings, 2 hits, 7 strikeouts, no walks, and has thrown 81 pitches. 82 is in there for a strike to the number 9 hitter for the Dukes, Nick Marullo. Ground ball in the hole, actually scooped up by the third baseman. Thought that might get a chance to get through, but LaGrange, with good range, plucks it up and tosses him out. 1 away in the 6th.
Yeah, LaGrange got to show off his range, as you said. Good mobility to his left. Scooped it cleanly. Solid throw to first. And just like that, 1 away.
Kevin Husson at the plate. Ball 1. That's going to drop into the corner off the bat of Husum. He's going to take second on this, and he'll hold up there with a 1-out double for the Dukes. That's the first base runner the Dukes have had since a single by San Martin with 1 out in the second.
Came at a big spot, especially after the 4 spot that the Seahawks put up in the top half of the inning.
Up until that point, Bats had retired 12 Dukes in a row. JMU with 3 hits. So JMU's base runners, they've had to earn their way on. No walks, no hit batters, no errors, no free bases whatsoever. Now Ty McFarland up there. He's 0 for 2. A strikeout and a pop up to short. Takes the first pitch for a strike. McFarland, the son of JMU baseball coach Spanky McFarland. He was just a tiny thing when McFarland took over the baseball program back in 1998. First family picture we took of he was sitting on his dad's lap next to the lake over at Newman Lake on campus. A ball and a strike to McFarland. He has swung at a lot of pitches since then. And he's hit a lot of them, too. Hits that one into left field, popped up. Thornburn out there. And he'll make a squeeze of it. 2 outs in the 6th.
I mean, I don't know if this has just been a recent trend or if I've just gotten older and more aware of it, but it seems to me like just across a lot of NCAA sports, it's been a lot of father-son or however you want to word it, coaching combinations.
Connor Brown 0 for 2, a pop up to second, and a ground out to short.
Like at Creighton, you had Doug McDermott, or Dougie McBuckets as they called him. He ended a great career at Creighton. Like in the C8 last year with Georgia State, you had the Hunters.
Right. There's, I think Valpo also had a father-son, I believe.
Detroit.
That's it, Detroit. That's who I'm thinking about, actually. Detroit, yeah.
I'm not you too.
So, out of the Horizon League, I was just thinking Dukes have played Detroit and Valpo here last season. Pitch outside for a ball.
Coming at you here, kid.
2-0. Dukes at 8 and 14 overall. Seahawks game below 500 at 11 and 12 coming in. Conference opener for both teams. Two balls and a strike. Brown at the plate. Shoots it into the gap in right field. Base hit, run will score. Brown will take a big turn. He's going to try to get 2, and he's in there safely. And the Dukes on the board with the 2-out RBI double for Connor Brown.
That ball was hit on a line. It was a shot. Just got through the hole on the right side. First baseman Corey Dick, he just couldn't react quick enough on that pitch, and also out of his diving reach. Good piece of hitting by Connor Brown, and last year he went through spurts where he could just really hit the ball. If he can get back to that this year, so he could be very dangerous.
5-1 our score. Kyle Weston at the plate. A couple of ground balls to second base for his offensive opportunities today. 0-1. Other conference series opening up this weekend. Hofstra at Towson. There's a called strike, 0-2. Game actually played at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Also starting at 6, just 30 minutes before this game. Northeastern at the College of Charleston. So both ends of the geographical footprint of the CAA opening up this weekend. Northeastern against the Cougars. Swing and a miss. And Weston goes down swinging. Strikeout number 8. But the Dukes get on the board. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and a runner left on base. 2/3 the way through the ball game. Seahawks 5, Dukes 1 here on Madison HD Sportsnet, and it's presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Duke Dogs just warming up. Join us for the JMU Duke Club Golf Classic on April 25th at Spotswood Country Club.
5-1 our score here at Veterans Memorial Park. Seahawks leading the Dukes. Just picked up the score. College of Charleston was leading 1-0 in the 6th inning against Northeastern. Delaware at William & Mary at 7 o'clock is the schedule for that ball game. Though I thought I heard Kevin Warner talking about maybe one of those games got postponed. Not positive about that, but 8 teams playing this weekend. Hofstra is not playing conference games, so I'll check that. They're playing Towson. Who's not playing this weekend? No, everybody is, because there's 8 teams.
8 teams, 4 games.
I was trying to throw Drexel in there. Drexel at one time played baseball, but no longer does that. You know, you can't tell your conference alignments without a scorecard these days, so trying to remember who's doing what. Ground ball hit to McFarland at 3rd. And he sends a bullet across the diamond. 1 pitch, 1 out in the 7th. Patrick Tours back out in relief, as that was Carroll, retired for the 3rd time today.
And if you're Patrick Tours on the rubber, that's exactly how you wanted to start this 7th inning after having a very long 6th, coming in to a bases loaded jam. UNC Wilmington plating 4 runs just while he was on the mound. Helio's credit with one of those. Aaron Hoover was credited with the other 3, but it's still a little depressing when you see all those runs come in.
Renville at the plate. He's got a single in his 2 trips to the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike from Tours. Yeah, I see some of the activity that my mustache Twitter photo did go out there.
John, I saw you on TV.
Thanks to Margot Savage.
I'm sure it's the new hit.
Well, it's not trending all that much.
We can take care of that. Where's Mike Pryor at?
I don't know. That's a good question. Ball and 2 strikes. He's probably still trying to recover from his trip to Texas. Strike 3 called on Rembo. First strikeout of the ball game for Patrick Tours. 2 away in the 7th.
Only 2nd strikeout for the Jimmy pitching staff as a whole. That's Hoover and Tours combined, each with 1.
Back to the top of the order. Here's Golden. Has a 2-hit game today. What do you say? He has 1 3-hit game in his young UNCW career?
Yes, that is correct. There's a chance to make it 2 here.
Takes pitch inside. A ball and a strike. Young man making a quick impact as he gets his collegiate career going.
Including this game, that he does have 6 multi-hit games. Or excuse me, 6 2-hit games, 7 multi-hit games altogether.
Golden listed as an infielder and right-handed pitcher.
Just 2 strikes, boy. Hey, 1 more. Sorry, here we go.
Playing in center field
1 more.
here tonight. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Guess he's a jack of all trades.
I guess so. 6'1", 199-pounder. They couldn't put another pound on him, make him an even 200. He should have had a bigger breakfast that day. He's going to step out. Jordan Matthews is high school. Siler City. Friends with Andy Griffin. Not sure about that, but anyway. Foul back. 2-2. Chop towards Connor Brown. Takes the easy hop, then will flip over. Patrick Tours. For the first time today, the Dukes get a conventional 1-2-3 inning from the pitching staff. As Tours retires the Seahawks in order. It's 7th inning stretch time here at Veterans Memorial Park. 5-1 Seahawks got a stretch lead of 4 runs against the Dukes of James Madison here on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
If you love wings, if you love rings, and all kinds of other tempting things, great times, great food, get to Quaker Steak and Lube.
Get saucy at Quaker Steak and Lube. Feel the heat with new Sriracha Chicken Tacos, Island Jerk Chicken Sandwich, or Sweet Heat Curry Chicken Wrap. Now for a limited time.
Great times, great food, get to Quaker Steak and Lube.
Well, congratulations to the JMU women's tennis team today. They were scheduled to play a home contest today against Georgetown, but because of the weather conditions, they decided to move it to a neutral site. So they went up to Arlington, and they beat the Hoyas 4-3. So that's 4 consecutive wins for the Dukes, and they're now 9-3. They won yesterday, 6-1 over Drexel. Here it's a 5-1 Seahawk lead. We're playing in the bottom of the 7th. A little looper, but caught in a retreating fashion by Renville at second base off the bat of Wyatt. 1 away in the 7th.
Quick March Madness update.
Okay, yeah, give it to us.
Number 2 seed Michigan, they're up 11, 45-34 over the Volunteers of Tennessee at halftime, and the Iowa State Cyclones, they're trailing the Yukon Huskies by 10, 34-24 with a minute left in the first half.
And that one was coming towards our broadcast booth. Yep. Jake was ready to catch that one. Strike 1 to San Martin, who has a single in his 2 at-bats today. 1 for 2. In for the strike, 0-2.
Bats just continuing to work ahead of the JMU batters. It's been a rare occasion for him to fall behind against these guys.
You're not kidding.
No walks surrendered.
Just defended off.
Yeah, just looking through my score sheet, very rarely did he fall behind, but when he did, JMU did a very good job of capitalizing. All 4 of JMU hits came when they were behind, or they were ahead, but Bats was behind.
Interesting. Good trend there to pick out there, Mr. Stutz. Ball and 2 strikes. Foul back. Wake up the concession stand once again.
Somebody might have a ball in the bucket of popcorn.
They go straight back.
It's probably the best bargain you could get. Although the fries and chicken strips, pretty good deal. Fly ball to left field. And caught there by Thorburn. We actually heard from his family once again, thanking us for the shout out.
Yeah, baby.
2 outs in the 7th.
First baseman Brett Johnson.
Brett Johnson, the second baseman. Oh, excuse me, first baseman for the Dukes, 0 for 2. Looking for his 3rd hit of the season. And a limited role. Again, playing in the absence of the injured Matt Tenaglia.
Tenaglia, a .397 hitter before being injured.
Now ball, did the pitcher get a piece of that? He may have. That will be an infield hit, I'm pretty sure. I believe that Batts may have slowed that ball down a bit.
Yeah, Batts got his glove on the ball, not enough to bring it in, but enough to slow it down, like you said, make the play even tougher for the shortstop, Terrence Connolly.
The Dukes have their 5th hit. That's a 2-out infield single and the 3rd hit of the season for Johnson.
And first hit of the game where Batts was actually ahead in the count.
There's another base hit for the Dukes as Gregory lays it out. And taking 3rd on the play with some good base running is Johnson.
Johnson did a good job of staying aware, keeping his eye on the baseball, and just knowing how far he could advance.
Well, Batts is throwing so well that this is a prime opportunity for JMU. Taking advantage of a ball that wasn't hit all that strongly, but in a good spot for Johnson. So he gets the infield single, and then Gregory with the back-to-back singles, and that's going to create a little bit of a conference for the Seahawks now, as pitching coach Matt Williams will come out. First season with the Seahawks after spending last year at Limestone College. Got another email came in. Go ahead.
Matt Williams, he also worked with Spartanburg Methodist, and he helped the Pioneers to consecutive trips to the NJCAA World Series in Grand Junction, Colorado. So he's working his way up the chain.
Get to those other emails in just a moment here, as Nick Marullo will go to the box for the 3rd time today. He is 0 for 2. Ball right back over our heads. I think they're out for us here. Keep sending it right back in our general direction. I'm thankful that the athletics department has put up a high enough screen for us here.
If we can get the right angle, maybe one can land in.
Yeah, you'd have to have some pretty good spin on it. I think one has connected with the glass up here in time. That ball's well hit, and it's going to get down in between the 2 outfielders. And 1 run will score, a 2nd run will come in, so a little 2-out lightning for the Dukes of JMU. And they have capitalized very nicely after that little infield single. And you can't do much better than that. Morello with the 2-run double.
And I think for Justin Carroll in right field, you have to know the situation. That ball's a little bit out of your reach. I don't think he got the best jump in the world, but with runners in scoring position like that, I don't think you want to make that dive and let the ball roll all the way to the wall. Just kind of take a couple steps back and play it in off 1 hop and hold Marullo to a single.
There are a couple of things that this field definitely gives you a home field advantage of, particularly in the opening game of a series. And generally, one of the big ones is playing the angles of the outfield here, because the ball can skip past you in a hurry. So you generally have to play a little wider on the angle. That's the one thing. The other we've already talked about is when you are running the bases, about sliding a bit early. Well, that'll be all for Matt Batts as he runs out of a little bit of steam here in the 7th, as he had worked 6 2/3 innings. And suddenly the Dukes get back-to-back-to-back hits, and it comes from the bottom of the order, 7, 8, and 9, with Johnson, Gregory, and Marullo pushing 2 runs across, and the Dukes right back in this thing at 5-3.
And you hope that momentum can carry over to the 1, 2, and 3 hitters. If you're Spanky McFarland, so you got Hewsome coming up to face the new pitcher. You got Ty McFarland on deck, and then Connor Brown in the bubble.
So coming into the inning, Batts had just faced 3 over the minimum. He had given up 3 singles. Then he gets the first 2 outs to start the 7th. And then back-to-back-to-back hits. And the Dukes, again, they've got the tying run at the plate now. And we got a new pitcher out there hurling for the Seahawks, and that's Christian McDonald, a senior, 6'4", 270-pounder, 7-pounder that is, out of Virginia Beach, Virginia, Greenbrier Academy. Pretty good baseball program in the 7.57. And he just slings it from the left side with that big 6'4" frame. And I think he weighs a little more than 207. Just by the eye test. I'd say probably closer to 215 to 220 maybe. But that's just a guess.
Not sure his hat completely fits. It's laying on top of his head very loosely, and his follow-through kind of knocks it off. After every pitch, you can see it.
It's a distraction.
Get a little sideways on him.
Give a shout out to Greg Moretti, whose son Matt is also a pitcher for the Seahawks of UNCW. First trip to Harrisonburg from Matt. And just to thank us for the coverage. And again, we're delighted that you can watch here this evening on Madazone HD Sportsnet. Well, guess what? We got our usual email from Martinsville.
Race weekend in Martinsville this weekend.
That's right, it is, isn't it? Yep.
So it's a little bit busier in Martinsville than normal.
They're going to be busy at the paperclip, huh?
Yes, they are. Kyle Busch got the pole today.
All right, top of the order for the Dukes. Hewsome has 2 hits today. A very good time for him to come up with his 3rd. Pitch is inside for a ball. We're in the 7th inning. 5-3 Seahawks. Hewsome with 4 3-hit games this year, 6 2-hit games. This is his 11th, make that 7 now 2-hit games, so his 11th multiple hit game for the Dukes in his first season. Makes the pitch low, 2-0. Hewsome game plan right now. Let's see if he can throw a strike. Boy, they got a crowd at your house this weekend.
Typical Friday night Studs household.
Line drive gets right over the head of the second baseman's going to drop in, and coming all the way from second to score was a pinch runner that slipped in there. Did not see that at first. Who was that came in for the Dukes? That was Tyler Carroll, actually. Went into pinch run for the DH Marullo. And he scores as that ball just does have enough to get over the head of the second baseman. So it's a 5-4 ball game, and Ty McFarland at the plate now. Tying run at first base. Hewsome certainly a threat to steal. He's already got a stolen base in this one.
So 4 consecutive hits for the Dukes. Has the tying run at first base with Ty McFarland at the plate. Ty McFarland hasn't been swinging the bat well here today. He's 0 for 3, a strikeout, and then he's also flied out to left into short.
That's the 15th RBI of the season for Hewsome also. And it pulls the Dukes to within 1. Toss over. So that will close the book on Batts, who was just humming along there until this inning. So he ends up yielding 4 runs on 7 hits without a walk and 7 strikeouts. He'll make that 8 strikeouts.
And depending on how this plays out, he could get another no decision if the Dukes get tied here.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I bet you Kelly Sechrist comes on after that. That's been the pattern for the Seahawks. Ground ball up the middle. That's a base hit. He's going to try for third. Here comes the throw. It's going to get cut off. Dukes have runners at the corners. That's a big gamble there, but Hewsome, certainly the center fielder with the speed. He looked up to see what Ted White wanted him to do, and he kept on getting it to third base. Let's take a look at this play again. Just bounds it up the middle, Houston.
Right back up the middle and showing off the wheels. He got on that horse and got around the bases.
Come on, Collier!
And he did a nice job of staying with the base, too. See, that's the thing, too. You know, a lot of times in this situation, the shortstop cuts off the throw and he looks to see if the runner's going from first to second. But here, you almost can play it into a possible play behind you that if he turns and looks at third, suppose Hewsome, who you know is going to go in hard on that play, overslides third. You know, that's something you can be cognizant of here defensively. at this facility. It can come to your advantage. Now it's not it's a little unorthodox, not your traditional playing, but that's one thing you can look at here. Well, that'll be all for the reliever, and short work it was as the Dukes yet another base hit.
So Christian McDonald come in, didn't even retire any of the Dukes. He just gave up 2 singles to Kevin Hewsome and Ty McFarland.
And all this happening with 2 outs.
So coming to the plate after we see who the new pitcher will be Connor Brown, and Kyle Weston will be on deck. Weston has a 10-game hit streak going, but he's running out of time. He's 0 for 3 today. Connor Brown, he's 1 for 3. He has a double back in the 6th, and that was what scored the opening run for the Dukes. He was able to score Kevin Hewsome.
All right, since we have a break, let's take the Houston Studs home roll call here. All right. They have the whole gang there, they say. Former Duke Jeff and Donna Wickline. Okay, you know them?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do they live in Martinsville?
Yes, they do.
Okay, all right. Jeff and Jane Ann Davis. You know them?
Yes, I know them as well.
Okay. And Casey, would that be one of their children?
Yes.
Okay. And Lauren?
My little brother's girlfriend.
Oh, really? She got accepted to JMU.
She did.
Is she coming to JMU?
Let's hope so.
Okay. We're not going to divulge that right now. I don't know that I actually could. It might be a violation of a letter of intent or something. I'm not sure. She's not an athlete, is she?
No.
Okay. All right. Don't hit him for that, Lauren. Maybe she thinks she is an athlete. Your brother Landon, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Mom and Dad. That's all. That's enough.
Yeah, they got a slammed house. I'm sure they got some pizza on the counter.
They got a few other things, too, that they wish that you could have right now. But says, wish you were having a beer plus a race weekend. So there you go. So we know they're having a good time out there.
Watching some JMU baseball, and they've got a good game. And, of course, they pull out the Gumby on me.
There you go. There he is. It's always... You know, that's probably why they email us, because they know that it's every time they email us, Gumby's going to show up now. You know, we may even keep Gumby for after you've graduated.
I'm sure, and then whenever
you email
decide
us.
to email in,
we'll show that's who's emailing. That'd be kind of a different thing. Maybe we could get people to email little snippets of them, watching it, like a watch party like they're having now.
That would be.
And we could get that in there. Be a little more than just the emails.
Kind of like you see on ESPN when they're showing the different watch parties throughout during the bracketology.
All right. So back to action we go. And the first pitch swung on by Connor Brown is well fouled down near the flagpole. And on the mound is Kelly Sechrist. I told you he was going to show up in here. Now,
you're correct.
Yep. Now, for him to get the win, though, he'll have to yield a run to tie this game up. Sechrist, a senior, 6 even, 218 pounds from Mount Airy, North Carolina. Again, 5-1. He's only thrown 16-plus innings. But he's brought in a couple of quick fastballs to Connor Brown. He's fouled them both off.
So Brown is behind early 0-2. Again, he did double in his last plate appearance in the 6th.
Sechrist got a win over West Virginia. Pitch inside. Some of the Seahawk fans jumping to their feet thought that was strike 3. I can see where they might have thought so. A ball and 2 strikes.
This Connor Brown is the 8th Duke to step up into the batter's box in this inning.
And it's helped them to put 3 runs across. The tying run at third base. The go-ahead run right now at first. Brown inside. Same Seahawk fan thought that was strike 3 again. That's okay. Good to see him getting into it. 2-2. 2 outs. Some happy fans going down Route 42 right now.
I've had a few of those. I've had a few car honks.
Yep. Ground ball, it hits the foot of Sechrist. Can he collect it to get Brown? Safe at first base, and we're tied at 5-5 as the throw pulls the first baseman Dick off the bag. And we have tied it up at 5-5 here between these two teams. And Mark Scaff is going to come out and have a quick chat with Linus Baker.
I believe it was a great call at first base. It's close, especially with that dive by Connor Brown. And then, like you said, Kelly Sechrist, he got hit on the ankle.
Yeah, look at this angle. We might be able to see some separation. Okay, tough to say because you do see the slide of Brown is kind of in the way there. Here's another angle of it. It's a kick save, but it got too far away from him. But yes, I think he did come off.
I think he started to lift his feet off.
He definitely did. And Sechrist, he didn't get a lot on it. He got too much of an arc on the ball. Had he put it on a line, it might have been an out.
Again, it's always a tough throw for a pitcher to come off the mound and make that throw to first base.
So that'll go as an infield single and an RBI for Connor Brown. The Dukes have rallied for 4 here with 2 outs. And Weston at the plate, the 9th man to come to the plate here in this 7th inning. McFarland's at second now. 5 consecutive base hits. A couple of singles on both sides of a double.
So Connor Brown now has 2 RBIs on the day, and also for the Dukes, Marullo has 2 RBIs.
Golfed into center field by Weston, and Golden will collect it in center field for the final out of the inning. But the Dukes, they send 9 men to the plate, and that is good enough to push across 4 runs and tie us up. 4 runs on 6 hits in the inning. It'll be no decision, despite the very fine start by Matt Batts. And we've got a new ball game with just 2 innings to decide it. Come back and we'll see how it all turns out here on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association. So Houston, will the Stutz clan all go to the race?
I know probably my dad and brother will.
Okay.
But Mom will probably sit at home and watch it on the couch.
I've been down to, actually I tried to go to, let's see, when was the last time I went down there? I think I went 3 years when it got rained out on a Sunday, and they ended up racing Monday afternoon. I went down that Sunday, turned around, came back home.
It's always a tough one.
Yeah. That was the last NASCAR race that I attended.
I used to love when they got rained out, because then Dad would always get me out of school on Monday to go.
Oh, that's cool. That works. Actually, when I was probably about 8 or 9, I had some distant relatives that worked there at the track, and I got a chance to stand down there on the track. I had no idea what I was doing, but or what the significance of it was. It's kind of neat now. Top of the 8th we're in. We're in a 5-5 ball game now, too. And Conley at the plate takes the first pitch from Patrick Tours. It's now his game from the pitching perspective for JMU. Conley flares it back out of play, 0-2. Have you ever had a chance to go to one of the bigger tracks? I've only seen races at Martinsville and Richmond, so both small tracks.
I've been to Martinsville and Bristol. And
you have been to Bristol? Okay.
Charlotte.
Charlotte's a bigger track. How big a track is it there?
It's 1.5 miles.
Oh, okay.
You can certainly get up to speed on it. It's exciting.
3-1 put out. 1 away in the 8th. And LaGrange coming up next. He's has a sacrifice and back-to-back base hits. Also has scored a run, driven in a couple.
Not sure how many of the Seahawk fans we have listening that are NASCAR fans down in North Carolina. That's the birthplace of NASCAR. So much history just in that state alone.
I like how one thing I like about driving in North Carolina is I think there's been NASCAR influence, particularly on the turns on many of the roads, because they bank them nicely.
So you don't have to brake.
That's exactly. Yeah, it saves money. Now it might wear your tire a little bit, but save your brake pads. Yeah.
Now you can't say the same about Martinsville. You'll have you'll have some brake pads going out there.
Well, again, on the paperclip. 2 balls and a strike.
Get up to about 100 miles per hour on the straightaways, and you have to slam on the brakes and get it down to about 60 in the corners.
I have been to 2 IndyCar races there in Richmond, but that was just a parade. I mean, you can only win by what you do in the pit, because there would be no exchange of position in the race itself usually. It was all coming in and out of the pit. Actually, there's a swing and a miss there, 2-2.
Nasty breaking ball.
High chopper, it's going to be fouled. I spent, actually, Mark Hoskins, who is a JMU alum, he was one of the media folks there at RIR for a number of years, so he got me a pass. And I sat right behind Danica Patrick's pit one time and kind of watched that for a while, and sat there next to Ashley Judd and watched the little race as well. So it was pretty cool. Fly ball into left field. Wyatt gets underneath of it and makes the catch up. 2 away. But then they don't race Indy at Richmond anymore. They said it just wasn't a competitive enough track.
So those guys got around it very fast, just like you said.
Yeah, I mean, they
many lanes for passing.
Just didn't see a whole lot of real racing there. 0-3 on the day for Corey Dick.
And plus, it's not like NASCAR. You can go down the corners and bump the guys out of the way.
Yeah,
really.
yeah. There's not much bumping there. That's right. You bump there, and you're going to have a big problem.
Yeah, those open wheel cars can handle it as well as the stock car.
It was fun to get up close to a lot of those open cars. Yeah, it was pretty entertaining. High chopper. Let's see who's going to cover first. It's going to be Tours, the pitcher, as Johnson is getting in on the play defensively, possibly. So a good job by Tours to get over and cover the bag for the Dukes in the 8th. So he's had back-to-back 1-2-3 innings.
He's come in and he turned this game around.
No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. Duke scored 4 in the 8th, or in the 7th. Can they add more here in the 8th, I should say? We'll find out when we come back on Madison HD Sportsnet. It's presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
Bottom of the 8th inning, it's a 5-5 ball game. Seahawks took the early lead, 1-0 in the 2nd, and stayed that way until they played it 4 runs, that is, in the top of the 6th, making it 5-0. Duke's got 1 scratched across, 5-1 after 6, and in the 7th, the Dukes, they get 6 hits, all with 2 outs, and tied it up at 5-5. We're in the bottom of the 8th now. Right even across the board, 5-10-0 and 5-10-0. And Sechrist starts off Wyatt with a strike. Wyatt led off the 7th with a pop-up to second base.
Wyatt also led off the 2nd and struck out in that
Brings down the count quickly to Sechrist, 0-2.
So now, once again, no decision for Matt Batts. Now it all relies on Kelly Sechrist for now.
Also saying that the trend for the Seahawks is to win the opener of every series they've played thus far this season. Is that right?
Yes.
He's trying to break that pattern. There's strike 3 on Wyatt. Dukes have struck out 9 times now between the two, or the 3 pitchers that the Seahawks have used. 1 out in the 8th. And San Martin coming up next for JMU. A single, a ground out to second, and a fly ball to left.
Again, the Seahawks did use 8 pitchers on Wednesday night against NC State and then had to turn around, wake up the next day, and drive to Harrisonburg.
San Martin takes the strike.
The only pitcher, though, of the 3 we've seen from the Seahawks that went Wednesday was Christian McDonald. He only went 1 1/3 innings.
Swing at a breaking pitch. 0-2. Spanky McFarland in his 17th season here in Harrisonburg. Coached 7 years at Northern Illinois. That's his 2 head coaching stops. Pitch is high. Also has coached at the likes of Georgia Tech. Appalachian State. That's where he got his master's. Went to Hillsdale College, where he played football and baseball here in Michigan. His assistant coaches Ted White and Brandon Cohen, and volunteer assistant coach Jason Kuhn, former pitcher for the Dukes. Captains this year, Trent Cundiff and Nick Marullo. It's outside for a ball. Count is full on San Martin.
But I did not know that Spanky McFarland was a football, baseball, multi-sport athlete.
You didn't know that, huh? He was a fullback, I think. He also was in a garage band. Probably didn't know that either, did you?
Didn't know.
There's a swing and a miss. Strikeout number 10 collectively for this Seahawks staff against the Dukes here this evening. Yeah, he likes his music. I think he even sang the national anthem in Elvis Presley attire once. From New Carlisle, Ohio.
Did he have the mustache, or did he shave it off to go with the look?
I'm not sure. It wasn't purple. I doubt that it was purple.
I even look over across the way and see that a computer has grown a mustache since the beginning of the game.
Oh. Oh yeah, I see. Okay. Well, I put mine right outside the window here. Ball and a strike. They handed out handlebar purple mustaches today. And I think they've given away the TV as well.
I think they either announced the winner just now before.
A lot of people pick Tennessee.
I knew it was something to do with the 8th inning.
Ball strike, 2-2. There's a fellow down here, and I guess it's I'm not sure, some type of outfit. I don't know if it's a penguin or what it is. I think he was the winner.
I guess he was really trying to win the TV. It's hard to turn down a penguin.
With a mustache.
With a mustache, yeah.
That beak, that's too much of a beak. I don't think that's a penguin. I don't know, though. Maybe.
But there it is.
There you got him. Yeah. He's in some kind of bird get up. Foul tip at the plate into the mitt. Johnson strikes out for the second time today. He's 1 for 4. A 1-2-3 inning for Kelly Sechrist. We go to the top of the 9th. We're tied at 5-5. Crunch time here. The Dukes and the Seahawks on Matazone HD Sportsnet. Presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association. Patrick Tours back up on the bump for the Dukes of JMU. Knotted at 5 runs per squad, 10 hits per team. Both teams been error-free. Been a pretty good college baseball game.
That's been great. Aaron Hoover pitched very nicely for the Dukes, and then just let things get a little out of hand in the 6th, but same for Bats. He pitched pretty well, and then just had one bad inning.
And the first pitch comes in on Dunlap, and he'll take first base as he is hit by the pitch. Not a good way to start this 9th inning for Patrick Tours. Dunlap smarting a bit. That one hit him on the elbow. Here comes Spanky McFarland now, the JMU dugout as well. Look at there's Dunlap.
We're going to get a pinch runner for him. It's going to be Stephen Linkus. He's listed as an infielder and an outfielder. He's a sophomore. 6 foot, 171 from Leland, North Carolina. Went to North Brunswick High School.
I think he was one that has actually been in the leadoff spot a couple of times this season. So that would also be another indicator that he's probably one of the faster runners. Yep, twice this year he has been used in the leadoff role. They've used 4 different players in the leadoff spot offensively. So we're going to see a change on the mound now for the Dukes. And this looks to be Michael Evans, left-handed freshman. 6'4", 100. No, he's not 180 pounds. I think we fixed that a while back. He's 200 plus. From Falls Church, Virginia, George C. Marshall. Go back and check through my emails. It was his mother wrote us one time and said, no, he's not 180. He's a little bigger than that. Closer to 220. Can't recall specifically what she said, but anyway, and he's out on the hill right now, and he's getting his warm-up tosses. Has a 5.56 ERA. Does have one decision. It's in the victory column. This will be his 11th appearance. Usually doesn't work too many innings per appearance. 11.1 thus far. 3 walks and 8 strikeouts. Now, interesting, of the 14 hits that he's yielded, 5 of them have been doubles. Again, we'll be back here tomorrow. Pre-game scheduled for 6:20. Sunday's game slated for 2 o'clock. If we get the rain we're expecting tomorrow, we might switch things up for a doubleheader on Sunday. So check Madison or check JMUsports.com as well as UNCW's website for any changes potentially on Sunday. We'll make the adjustment with our video production as well. Thornburn showing bunt, pulls the bat back. Evans misses high and inside for ball 1.
Not sure if you noticed it, but the back of the hats for the Dukes, number 45. I was just curious.
This is the 45th season of JMU baseball, so that's what that signifies. Well, Seahawk bench certainly into the game. They all chanted back on that throw over from Michael Evans. Now, I had the same question. I came out for practice one day, and they were wearing those 45s on the back of the cap. And Coach McFarland said, well, yeah, just the 45th season. Ball bunted and fouled.
And normally you see the Duke Dog head on the back of the hats.
Well, we may see the Duke Dog head on the front of the jerseys. They've got a new collection of jerseys this year. You haven't seen those yet, have you? The ones that look like the Toronto Blue Jays?
No, I have
that
not.
Style? It's pretty cool. Duke's wore them at Virginia. Basically, it's a jersey number, but it has a line that is inside the number, so it looks like it's it's a cutout, so to speak.
Right.
And then they where they have the Blue Jay, the Toronto Blue Jays have the Blue Jay logo. Well, they have the Duke Dog head on the front. And then the JMU is that same style of writing as well, the font. It's quite different. Now, when I first came to Madison in 1988, the Dukes wore a cap that had an M on it. There was no JMU or anything. It was just the M for Madison. And their uniforms were blue.
Wow.
The reason being is that at that time, purple dyes were just difficult to maintain in uniforms. Ball is bunted right back, and he says second, and safe this time. Dukes went to the well once too often on that play. And safe at first base is Dunlap.
So he'll reach
Well,
on
check it. That's not Dunlap. That's Linkus, the pinch runner. That is. Yeah, Thornburn probably will be credited. He's reaching on a fielder's choice, but sacrifice could also be awarded to him because he got done what he anticipated or what he was asked to do. Take a look at that. It looks like the Duke's going to make a pitching change as Coach McFarland looks like he's going to bring in Kevin Hewsome from center field. A new outfielder will be necessary for the Dukes also. They will lose the designated hitter spot.
Looks like it might be Tyler Carroll trotting out there.
Well, Carroll came in and pinch ran, so he is technically... Yeah, because he was the pinch runner for the designated hitter, so he was listed as the DH, so now he can go in and play the field. That is correct. So Carroll will take over center field, and Hewsome will come in to pitch. Let's see what Hewsome has done most recently on the hill as he threw in both of the Cornell game, or the double, actually the first and the third game of that series. Just worked a couple of innings. He has gone no more than an inning per outing. Now his last time against Cornell did not have a good outing. Gave up 3 hits and 5 runs. All of them earned. He walked 3, so he had a little control issue.
Be a little bit of a different mindset to be playing center field than, well, we need you on the mound now, especially because you don't get the bullpen tosses, so you're not really warned. You see Spanky coming out of the dugout. Next thing you know, oh, come on in.
Yeah, you get your 8 tosses, and just because you're in the field doesn't mean that you're going to get as many as you need to loosen up. Now, a lot of times late in games, like Johnny Bladell would do, they would have him go over to the side or run down into the bullpen when they were batting, and somebody would keep him alert as to when he was due up to the plate next. So he's going to come up, and looks like we're going to have another pinch hitter. This is Josh Abshire. He's going to come in and pinch hit for Farber. So the right-hander comes in to hit against the right-hander. Abshire batting at .289, 11 hits on the year.
Fans,
11 for 38.
The Wilmington fans leads asking for a balk there.
Yeah, they did award Thornburn a sac bunt, so that will not just simply go as a fielder's choice. That ball got away from Hewsome, and the runners will advance. That's as good as a sacrifice bunt right there. In fact, it's even better. They still have a bat in the hand, of Abshire.
So now you have 2 runners in scoring position at second and third. Dunlap advances to third. Thornburn is at second.
That is the first wild pitch or pass ball of today's game.
Or I shouldn't say Dunlap, it's actually
that's right.
Linkus,
the pinch keep runner. Forgetting that. Kind of write that down, Dudley. All right, ball 2.
Pitch just a hair high. Looked like it might have snuck in there at the letters.
Yeah, so officially they do score Thornburn as a sacrifice, so he is not penalized as far as his batting average is concerned. Ball 3.
Here's what we just talked about, Kurt. Just coming in from center field, Houston struggling to find the strike zone. Doesn't get all the warm-up tosses he might have needed.
Well, it's got to be difficult just to be pinpoint accurate and also to realize that, you know, the game is on the line here at the top of the ninth. That's a strike. 3-1.
You know the arm has to be tired after playing center field for 8 innings. And then batting, of course.
Some guys are really, they can adapt to this situation. They can do very well. Now, it's very rare that they are dominant. The ball bounced in for ball 4.
So the first walk of the game by either team that hasn't been a hit by pitch.
Yep. So the bases are filled with Seahawks for the second time today. The last time this scenario cropped up, the Seahawks pushed across 4 runs and took a 5-0 lead. Dukes, though, scored the last 5, so we're tied at 5-5 in the top of the ninth.
Another pinch hitter coming up to the plate for the Seahawks. It'll be number 32, Andy Austin, a sophomore outfielder / infielder. He's 6'2", 192 from Salisbury, North Carolina. Went to East Rowan High School.
Austin just 1 for 10. So looking the lefty against the righty on this occasion. The infield is pulled in all the way around. Right now, Hewsome has to give Austin something to at least put in play. Walking him doesn't do you any good. Got to try to get something out here.
There are no outs here in the ninth, and of course, Spanky's going to come out and have another conference on the mound.
When this season began, Dukes felt like offensively they were in fine shape once they got the top of the lineup settled out. But you had some injuries that have created some holes in the lineup. And he felt like the pitching staff after last year certainly had a lot of experience. He felt like the bullpen was going to be much better this year. Things just did not come together the way that Coach McFarland had anticipated. Now, part of that was because of the type of schedule they were playing. But it all kind of snowballed. And here's a difficult situation right now for Houston as he misses ball 2.
So Houston been behind ever since he got on the rubber.
Oh, Houston.
That's in for a called strike, 2-1. Again, the infield pulled in all the way around. Outfield straight away and usual depth. High for ball 3.
That pitch just rode on up the elevator.
The 3-1. This is a hitter's pitch here. Swings and misses through the fastball. Well, there, Hewsome just humped it up and challenged him.
Andy Austin got what he wanted. He knew what he was getting. Just could not get around on the fastball.
All right, full count. Here's the payoff. Strike 3 called and a fastball inside corner. That's a big pitch right there for the Dukes.
Very big. You got to think that's going to build up Houston's confidence. falling behind 2-0, working back into the count and getting a strikeout.
All right, with that, the middle infielders will drift back into double play depth. The corner infielders just a step in front of the bag. Ground ball to the second baseman. There's the flip to short for one. The relay is in time, and the Dukes get out of it. On a 4-6-3 double play, Brown, Weston, Johnson. How about that? It looked precarious for the Dukes, and Hewsome gets out of it, inducing this ground ball right here. And Weston, he just did get enough on it to get there in time to finish the inning. So 5-5, we go to the bottom of the ninth. Sechrist will take the hill. The Dukes will try to take this game with a run scratched across in the ninth inning. Back with the bottom of the ninth after this timeout. You're watching JMU Baseball this evening. And the Seahawks here on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Well, you know, early in this ball game, the Seahawks had a stretch where they were just getting leadoff runners aboard. They'd get a leadoff hit and could muster not much more. And then breaking through with the 4 runs in the 6th inning. And there with a grand opportunity to crack it open, loading the bases with nobody else, but Hewson comes in. He's not picture perfect. He certainly isn't pinpoint accurate, but he gets a big strikeout. And then
the very next pitch.
Yeah, gets that double play. Renville may have done himself a little better to be a little more patient.
Especially with the way that he had been pitching in the previous at-bats.
Absolutely.
You think you got to be thinking about that stepping into the plate. I'm sure the coaching staff was giving the signal, take these pitches.
So Gregory will lead it off for the Dukes against Sechrist. He'll take a long swing at the second pitch he sees, a ball and a strike. That's a big inning to what could set the tone for the rest of the weekend, at least from JMU's perspective. It's an inside pitch, 2-1.
Again, Kelly Sechrist still on the hill for the Seahawks. A .56 ERAs, 5-1 in 10 appearances. This is appearance number 11, and he's 2-2 now to Tyler Gregory.
Not sure what the longest outing thus far this season is for Sechrist, but he gets the strikeout there. He has struck out 4 in a row. 12 strikeouts against JMU hitters, and maybe we should qualify that with saying non-hitters striking out here this evening.
That's strikeout number 19 on the season in 17 innings worked.
Here's your center fielder, Tyler Gregory. Excuse me. Not Tyler Gregory, but Mr. Carroll here.
That's in the other box. Damn it.
Tyler Carroll.
And he's going to go ahead and count early. And I mentioned it earlier, but at one point in the game, 4 out of the 4 hits the Dukes had earned all came when they were ahead in the count. Maybe that's the information being relayed along right here to the hitter, Carroll, and Ted White. But also trying to relax him at the same time. You saw little smiles in there. I don't know if you were watching the North Carolina Providence game, but McAdoo went to the free throw line late. They needed free throws to win that game, and Roy Williams told him, yeah, you know, I went and played golf once. I needed to make a putt for $15,000. Of course, he's just trying to loose McAdoo up and not let him think about the situation at all. McAdoo went out and made one of the free throws, so he did what he needed to do to secure the win.
2-1. Well, sometimes, a guy, a reliever like Sechrist can kind of induce you just to get into his rhythm, whether he's throwing strikes or not. Just because of his pace and everything, they just go up there to swing away, and particularly when you've had a series of players in front of you that have struck out, it's very easy to fall into that same pattern. So Coach White trying to break that pattern a bit by calling that timeout. Outside for a ball, count full, 3-2.
UNC Wilmington fans certainly not happy. It's a big payoff pitch here.
The full count pitch, ball 4.
An even bigger walk drawn there by Tyler Carroll, and now both teams have issued one walk apiece, gave the free pass, and they've came at very bad times. The Dukes were able to get out of the inning, though, when they gave up the free pass. We'll see what the Seahawks can do now. So the go-ahead run, the winning run, is on first base.
And we're at the top of the order. Newsom can help his own cause. He's had a 3-hit game. Does not have a 4-hit game as a Duke.
Was just a 1/10 of a second behind from getting that 4th hit.
Got inside that pitch a bit and sailed it foul. 0-1 to Hewson. Now the pitcher started this game as the center fielder. Sechrist delivers, popped up, back out of play.
Again, his timing just a hair off.
0-2 on Hewson now.
Depending on where he puts this ball at, if he straightens it out, it could be the ball game. Tyler Carroll does have some speed at first. He's always the go-to pinch runner for Spanky McFarland.
Pitch is high. A ball and 2 strikes. Well, if so, you can get inside one of these fastballs and slice it away down to that 320 corner, and we could have an exciting finish. Talking about right field. Sechrist delivers. That's well outside. Count even at 2-2. Well, Dukes have shown just a little since the timeout there with Carroll. They've shown a little more patience against Sechrist. And there's a base hit, shot into that right field corner. Taking third will be Carroll. They'll bring the ball right back into the infield, and the Dukes have the winning run at third base on the base hit by Hewson.
Big hit by Hewson, and like you said, he helped his own cause. 4th hit of the day for Kevin Hewson, and it came at a very big time.
Just does loop it in there. And you've got Ty McFarland at the plate. This is a good batter to have at the plate. I like this situation. McFarland has probably the best bat control of any JMU player. And he does about as good as you can do with taking what the pitcher gives you.
Just needs to make sure he's patient at the plate. He's a little bit better than Louis Renville did and not swing at the first pitch and ground right into a double play.
Matt Williams is going to come out of the dugout for the Seahawks. The entire infield is going to gather on the natural dirt. You've been watching the game, the entire facility, with the exception of that one spot where everybody's standing right now, is all field turf. Even the base paths are field turf around home plate. That one time was dirt, but now is the field turf. So the conference call is done.
Saves on maintenance, saves on laundry.
Yes, it does.
Saves on grease lightning.
Probably saves the uniforms another year or so too, possibly.
Keeps the home whites looking even whiter.
That's right. they're going to intentionally walk McFarland. Not a bad idea here. McFarland is going to get up on the plate as much as he can.
I mean, we have seen instances in major leagues where pitchers will mess up on the intentional walk, and the hitter will be able to get a hold to it.
Well, the other thing is it looks easy, but it's not as easy as you might think. And if he's up there on the plate, then he has to throw the ball just a little wider. An intentional walk, wild pitch would be interesting. A rare occasion.
And what a way to end the game.
Yeah. I've seen a game end on a drop ball while looking in for the sign, which was a balk. Saw that. The Dukes were playing down in Miami in '89, I think it was. So the intentional walk loads the bases. There is one out, so the middle infielders can play back. Connor Brown will be the hitter. Well, if it's not Ty McFarland, Connor Brown the next best.
Connor Brown, he's got a double and a single, both coming in his last two plate appearances, 6th and 7th inning.
Corner infielders are back just a bit. Going to give him the line at first. Middle infielders. Pitch is well inside. That almost hit Connor, and I think he was disappointed it didn't hit him.
That was about as close as a pitch can get without hitting him. It would have been a tough blow to stay in the batter's box, but he did get out of the way just a little bit.
It's interesting, the infielders, they kind of crept up a little bit on the middle again. And that'll drop in for a base hit. The Dukes are going to win this ball game. A comeback win the Dukes needed, and the timing could not be better to open up the Colonial Athletic Association season with a 5-run or comeback, and to win it 6-5 in the bottom of the ninth. With Connor Brown, he did not hit it hard. He was jammed, but he put it where the defense was not.
And Connor Brown, just like Kevin Hewsome, the 6th, 7th, and then the 9th, coming through with very big base hits for a 3-hit ball game for himself.
And Hewsome ends up with 4 hits. He also ends up with a victory in the win column on the mound. And Connor Brown with the RBI single to push across the go-ahead and the game-winning run. Good college ball game here tonight. The Dukes with the victory, 6-5 over the Seahawks of UNCW. As Connor Brown gets mauled by his teammates. Here, take a look at it again. A little jam shot. And Carroll will come in with the game-winning run. And the Dukes will celebrate a victory here tonight, snapping that losing streak and opening up conference play with a 1-0 record. Sechrist will get hit with a loss, only his 2nd of the season. He's now 5-2. We're going to take a break for a moment. We'll come back and wrap this one up for you as the Dukes walk off with a win, 6-5 here on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
I will no longer wait until next month or the month after to download this month's hottest song.
I will no longer be limited to downloading the trailer instead of the movie.
Yes. Yes, I do want to download the attachment.
More phones, more lines, and unlimited data with no surprises. Stand up and demand more. And tell us, wireless for the people. Switch now and we'll buy out your...
Well, the Dukes meeting out in left field. The Seahawks are in the opposite corner. As the Dukes come up with a victory here today, they snap the losing streak. Pick up their 9th win of the season, now 9-14. The Seahawks, they drop to 2 games below 500 now at 11-13. As this game, well, it was moving right along there. We were zipping along. I certainly didn't say it during the broadcast because that's a no-no.
You're right.
So we were at 1-0 and just humming along there through 6 innings. Then the Seahawks break through with 4 runs in the top of the 7th. The Dukes get one of those back to make it 5-1 in the 7th. Or in the 6th, I should say. And in the 7th, the Dukes break through with a 2-out rally. They were nobody on. Dukes had nobody on and 2 outs. And then rallied for 6 consecutive hits. And that helped them to rally and tie the game at 5-5. Seahawks had the bases juiced with nobody out in the 9th, that is. Hewsome didn't look like he was really sharp. And eventually gets a strikeout. And following the strikeout induces a 4-6-3 double play. We're still scoreless, or still tied, that is, at 5-5, and then the Dukes rally for the 1 run in the bottom of the 9th inning. So the Seahawks 5 runs on 10 hits, no errors. For the Dukes 6 runs on a dozen hits and no errors. Winning pitcher in today's game is Hewsome. He is now 2-0. Sechrist takes the loss 5-2. No home runs in tonight's ball game. Casey Golden goes 2 for 4. Terrence Conley 1 for 3. LaGrange 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Corey Dick 0 for 4. Luke Dunlap 1 for 3. Thorburn, he ends up 2 for 3 with an RBI. Farber 1 for 3 with an RBI. And let's see here, Renville, he finishes 1 for 4 with a run scored. For the Dukes, Hewsome with a 4 for 5 night in the leadoff role. 2 runs scored, an RBI, as well as a pitching victory. Ty McFarland goes 1 for 4. 3 for 5 for Connor Brown. 3 RBIs, including the game-winning runs driven in. Kyle Weston 0 for 4. The same for Josh Wyatt. Bobby San Martin 1 for 4. Brett Johnson 1 for 4 with a run scored. And remember, it was his infield single that started the 6 consecutive hits for the Dukes and the 4-run rally in the 7th. Let's see, 1 for 4, the run scored by Tyler Gregory. 1 for 3, Nick Murillo. He also had a big 2-run double in the 4-run uprising. And Carroll comes in and scores a couple of runs for the Dukes here tonight. Aaron Hoover did not figure in the decision. He worked 5 innings. Actually did a pretty nice job until the 6th. 5 innings, 8 hits, 4 runs all earned. Walked none, struck out 1. Patrick Tours, 3 innings, 2 hits, a run. It was earned. He struck out 1. Michael Evans did not record an out. And Kevin Hewsome, a full inning, 1 walk and 1 strikeout. He picks up the win to go to 2-0. Matt Batts, the reigning CAA co-pitcher of the week, goes 6 2/3, 7 hits, 4 runs, all earned. He whiffed 8. Christian McDonald came in, did not get an out, gave up 2 hits and a run. And Kelly Sechrist works an inning and 2/3, 3 hits, 1 run. It was earned. He walked 2 and struck out 4. Dukes improve their record overall now to 9-14, opening up conference play. The Seahawks 11-13. Time of tonight's ball game was 2 hours and 42 minutes, and we saw 319 come through the gates here this evening for Game 1 of this series. Mr. Stutz, good college baseball game here tonight. I know the Seahawk fans disappointed not hanging on for the win, but quality of the game was pretty good all in all.
Oh, wow, it was an amazing game. Both teams' offenses showed up late in the game. Took JMU a little while to start swinging the bat, especially after the postponement on Tuesday. But once they did, they were hitting the ball very well, which was going into this game. I'm pretty sure the fans wasn't sure what to expect from the pitching staff, and especially with Chad Carroll being out as well as Matt Tenaglia. That is a lot of offense missing from the Dukes. But, hey, the rest of the guys stepped up and played very well. And with this win, I think it ends the 5-game losing streak and starts a winning streak, and we'll see what they can do with that tomorrow. Especially going to lift up their confidence going into Game 2, especially against a UNC Wilmington team picked to win the CAA.
So the Dukes are victorious here tonight. Some folks we'd like to thank that helped to bring you tonight's ball game. As always, the very professional sports information director, baseball SID for the Seahawks of UNC Wilmington, Tom Reardon, always gives us great material to work with. For the JMU Dukes, equally, praise to Kevin Warner, the Baseball Sports Information Director here for Madison. Our thanks to JMU Assistant Athletics Director John Martin. Our executive producer was John Salem. Our director, Jake Tomko. Also thanks to all the camera operators here tonight from Telemedia Productions. Tonight's web stream was presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast Sportsnet, the JMU Graduate School, Intellos Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, Quaker Steak and Lube, and Fox Hill Townhomes. Also want to thank all the fans, particularly those that wrote in to us here this evening, whether they were fans of the Dukes, fans of the Seahawks, or just fans of Houston Studs. We do appreciate them all writing in tonight. Our next Matazone HD Sportsnet coverage of JMU baseball is less than 24 hours away, at least if Mother Nature does help us out here. Our pregame coverage scheduled for 6:20 tomorrow for Game 2 of this series. First pitch scheduled for about 6:30. And if you're a big fan of JMU sports, I invite you to tune in at 2:50 tomorrow, as Kat Maniantakis and I will be over at University Park to start our JMU Sports Day with JMU Women's Lacrosse. The Dukes taking on the Aztecs of San Diego State. Pre-game there begins at 2:50. The first whistle and draw will be at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So for Houston Studs, I'm Kurt Dudley. Once again, our final score, JMU triumphant today over the Seahawks of UNC Wilmington, 6-5 the final score. Good evening from Veterans Memorial Park. This has